Well, good afternoon, everybody. And we've been having some pretty long programs here, but as I advise, if you use these to discuss, then just stop the program wherever you want to take up a particular point, and then you can go on. As I've said, we have now quite a bit of these video presentations, and that seems to be the best way of using them. Now, as well, there are presentations that have to do, they're simply written, they're written out. And you'll find this in Cosmic Fire and in the first part of the rays and the initiations. It's a totally different method of working, but I do know there are some classes, for instance, who use those outlines as a kind of guidance for their discussion. The goal, of course, is the assimilation of the assimilation of this material and its wise application as much as possible before the new work begins with the Tibetan. So it's kind of a bridging process towards the third installment, which the Tibetan will be producing around the year 2025. And, eventually there'll be a synthesis made, I think, of everything that was written in the Secret Doctrine and maybe Isis Unveiled and some other Blavatsky theosophical writings. And then the voluminous work he did with Alice Bailey. And then let's see who will be the amanuensis. Probably there will be one for the third installment. Whether this will be Alice Bailey or not, it's difficult to say. Certainly, she has work to do within Kudhumi's ashram. I think she now serves as his secretary. That is what has come down to us. And whether she would be free or not to begin that work with the Tibetan again, we don't know. It's not our business, but what we do have to know, we have to recognize the Tibetan in what he is writing. We have to recognize the note, and we have to somehow recognize that this is not simply a writing coming from a well-meaning and even learned student, but it is actually the Tibetan offering material that could not be offered simply by a student of these works, but would require the knowledge of a master. Well, okay. So we're beginning on page 349, and we don't know how long this will be. Let's just see. At least we know the date is the 2nd of March. So the Tibetan is talking about all the kinds of things that can be possible if we take advantage of what exists. Enough light has been permitted to penetrate by the efforts of the Buddha to lead to a worldwide recognition of the desirability of these formulas, the 4 freedoms and the 8 points of the Atlantic Charter. And there is enough love already in the world, released by the Christ to make possible the working out of the formulas, to make possible. That's the point, isn't it? Because he's not assuring us of anything. Much depends on us. So rest back, he says, on that assurance, and in full practice upon the physical plane, demonstrate its truth. I said, to make possible. For the working out lies in the hands of the new group of world servers and the men and women of goodwill. Will they prove adequate to the task? Will they brace themselves for the needed strenuous effort? That is the question. Okay. And of course, we're all involved in that. At least we can be, and we're not just limited to this incarnation. There are incarnations to come. The Aquarian age lasts some 2,000 years, and we can participate in the working out of the divine plan and the success of that process we call the externalization of the hierarchy and the reappearance of the Christ. So now he's talking about the very close work of the Buddha and the Christ together at this at their respective full moons in 1942, a decisive year, a year that the Tibetans said would be decisive at the solstice, the June 22nd solstice of 1942, and that a decision would be determining at that point. So let's see how he handles this, because we know there was considerable anxiety about whether humanity could withstand the attack engineered by the representatives of the of cosmic evil, really, of the Black Lodge. And there was doubt whether humanity could withstand it. So in a special way, the Buddha and the Christ were cooperating even more intensively in this year, 1942. The forces of enlightenment active at the festival of the Buddha, the Wesak festival, and the forces of reconstruction, whose time would, be after the war, but they were active in this festival of humanity, the festival of the Christ, what's called the June full moon. What now is the task which the Buddha has set himself this coming full moon? I think this is being written in April 1942. As far as your comprehension is concerned, it is to evoke in humanity the spirit of demand, whilst holding open for them the channel whereby that demand can reach straight through to Shamballa. This is a powerful work on behalf of the hierarchy, or is he engineered by the hierarchy, let us say. It's bringing a closer relationship between hierarchy and Shamballa, and between humanity and Shambhala. Because what we, if we think about it, the lords of liberation who were responsible under proper invocation for turning the tide of the war were working through Shambhala. So this effort by the Buddha to hold the channel open so that a spiritual demand could reach Shambhala, and these lords, let the lords of liberation issue forth, etc., was very important. And the giving out of this mantram in 1940, this word of power, was very important because it focused the demand upon Shambhala as offered up by those who were trained, and for those who were not trained and did not know esotericism, their prayers, their invocations their thoughts, their hopes could reach higher than otherwise, and then would support the invocation of the more trained participants. We recall in reading all of this material that it was important not only that the disciples invoke Shamballa, make that demand, but that it had to be supported. It had to be supported by the massed intent of the masses. It had to be supported in that way. So anyway, open a channel. Evoke in humanity the spirit of demand for some resolution to this war along the right lines, whilst holding open for them the channel whereby that demand can reach straight through to Shamballa. And we've learned that there was a kind of a piercing through that the Buddha was responsible for, piercing through the realms of light to the physical plane, so that the invocation could rise to the place where he was found and beyond to the higher aspects of Shambhala. So this is the point to have in mind as you prepare for the Wesak festival and attempt to participate in the full moon blessing for the world and not for yourself. That's because it has to be approached, in the spirit of selflessness. We're not praying for our personal welfare. We only view ourselves as instruments to be used in the manifestation of the divine plan. And in this case, those involved were instruments for the rescue of humanity deeply in distress. The Buddha comes this year embodying the force which can stimulate men everywhere to focus their massed intent. It's an aspect of the will, and thus reach symbolically the ear and the heart of the avatar, resting thus from the secret place of the Most High, the aid, help, directed recognition which will bring about a phenomenal event in due and proper time. So, is the Tibetan for seeing the release of atomic energy? We can ask. Now, the avatar in this case is probably PRBL, the avatar of synthesis, the greater avatar. Okay, so the Buddha comes this year to focus, able to focus the massed intent of humanity and thus reach the heart of the avatar, resting thus from the secret place of the Most High, I suppose from the council chamber, help, directed recognition, which will bring about a phenomenal event in the due and proper time. Now, earlier, and maybe even at this point, the Tibetan did not know whether the rising of this invocation would be sufficient, whether the massed intent of the average people who are not aware of the esoteric approaches and the more trained approach of the disciple would be sufficient to actually evoke the attention, the saving intention of Shamballa. But, this avatar well, if later, much later in the planetary process, Sanat Kumara, so to speak, walks the earth, it will also be the descent of an avatar. The Christ is an avatar, but a lesser avatar than is the avatar of synthesis. When we look at the three lords of liberation, can we call them avataric? In other words, who exactly is being invoked here? So the Buddha will be carrying, embodying the force, maybe always different, possibly, which can stimulate men everywhere to focus their massed intent. They stand shoulder to shoulder and focus their will upon the high places, seeking the just and righteous end of the war, and thus reach symbolically the ear and heart of the avatar, resting thus from the secret place of the Most High, the aid, help, and directed recognition, which will bring about this phenomenal event. Reaching symbolically the ear and heart of the avatar, and it is a cry, an invocation, a focused stream of energy, which is meant actually to reach to Shamballa, or to at least be noticed by Shamballa. Whilst he is attempting to do this, the Christ will join in the effort by focusing in himself the spirit of appeal as it is evoked by the stimulation being applied by the Buddha. So this is a dual process of two great sons of God. The Christ will actually make his appearance upon the physical plane. We do not expect that in the Aquarian age the Buddha will do this, but we still expect that they will be working together, even as they worked together in more ancient times and now in the process about which we are reading. So the greater avatar, and maybe it is the avatar of synthesis with whom the Christ had been working to a degree, will help bring about a phenomenal event. But the Lords of Liberation also would be involved in this. If the Tibetan is seeing this, the Lords of Liberation would also be involved, because it is their intervention which actually saved humanity, at least prevented the cruel enslavement of humanity. So a number of inner beings of high stature would be involved in this 1942 appeal at the time of the Taurus and Gemini full moons. So the Buddha opens the door, and the avatar seeks to bring about a phenomenal event, and probably that was, if I'm getting this correctly, the dropping of the atomic bomb, ending in the consciousness forever the illusion of materialism. Probably there are many materialists today who do not know how shaky is the ground on which they stand. They still look at the testimony of the senses as real, when in fact it has been proven, it has been demonstrated that matter is energy. So whilst the avatar is working in response, is being evoked by the rising invocation, the Christ will join the effort, by focusing in himself the spirit of appeal as it is evoked by the stimulation being applied by the Buddha. So what he does, at the time of the invocation of the Christ festival, the Christ focuses the demand of humanity, even as he does today, and probably makes that line of demand stronger and more directed toward Shamballa by adding what only he can add. He will embody that appeal in a great invocation, one which cannot be given to you, and who knows what it is. It may be, there are any number of these words of power, and let's just say maybe a word of power which has never been released to humanity and which will not be, one which cannot be given to you, unless, of course, he does mean the great invocation per se, what we call the great invocation, one which cannot be given to you, but which he is prepared to use if the appeal coming forth is insufficient strength, comes forth in sufficient strength from the people of the world. Notice the masters always have to judging of intensity. They always have to judge of the adequacy of a stream of force and whether they can use it, augment it, whether it is of a sufficient intensity to evoke still higher response. Now, it would be interesting because we're writing in 1941 here, and we don't know if this is the great invocation which was to be released in 1945, or whether this is some other and higher invocation which is really not humanity's business at this time. But always, it's not so much a question of dates when planning some release of energy or some appearance. It's a question of sufficient quality and intensity. And when sufficient quality and intensity are discovered to be present, then the appearance, the release, whatever event the hierarchy is engineering can occur. So that's why we cannot say exactly when the reappearance into wide visibility of the Christ will occur, because we don't know when a sufficiency of intensity will have appeared, will have presented itself. They would judge the time by the appearance of that energy condition, knowing when the time is right. And maybe in our own lives, something similar would happen. We look forward to doing something, maybe along spiritual lines, but we can't say, by March the 1st, April 1st, I will do this. But when the energies necessary for the act are seen to be sufficient, then you can act. Of course, this can correlate with certain anticipated cycles, because energies tend to intensify under certain cyclic combinations. of planets and rays and so forth. So one day we will have that city, that power that is called all knowledge, I would say, at least with respect to our planet, our globe, our chain. Who knows how far all knowledge extends? Certainly not beyond our planetary scheme, because the universe is so incredibly vast compared to the scope of the human being and even the scope of the whole human family. Even our planet is just a mite. Our solar system too, just the tiniest little thing. So we cannot speak about all knowledge in the universal sense, but one day we will be relative masters of the science of cycles as it applies to our planet within the solar system, and then we will have a much better idea of when one can act efficiently in line with the divine plan, seeing to improved possibilities for its next step in manifestation. Will humanity respond to the evocation of the Buddha? And we might say in sufficient strength. Well, let's see. I think I better erase this because something has happened. So will humanity respond in to the evocation of the Buddha? Let's see. We'll do one more. Okay. Maybe we just leave it at that. Because always there's, in the science of invocation, there's always this question of right and timely response. So, right and timely response is the issue. Will their massed intent be vital enough to enable the Christ to become himself in a mysterious way the very spirit of invocation on their behalf? Now this is at the June full moon. There are many possibilities with which we are confronted this full moon of May as preparing, I would say, preparing for an unusually strong intervention by the Buddha. That it seems that the nature of the evil threatening to overtake humanity was appreciated in the high places, and a special type of effort, unusual in its intensity, was planned. So we can see how the Buddha really did at that time help humanity reach upward into Shamballa and perhaps touch the Lords of Liberation or the Avatar of Synthesis. And this is even before, the Avatar of Synthesis has joined the other two in a triangle around the Christ. That was happening more in 1945. So there's a whole layer of activity going on hierarchically about which we have no idea. And if we were not told in a book like this about that which is occurring in these higher realms? How would we ever know? We would not. So the Tibetan is keeping the door open for us so we can participate cooperatively with these greater beings as they attempt to salvage humanity and assist with the progress of the plan of our planetary logos and his emanation, Sanat Kumara. We are being given insight into layers of activity and vibration into which we would normally have no way to penetrate. So our understanding is greatly expanded. And though many in the world might look upon that type of understanding as pure fantasy, because we have worked with the Tibetan and seen his knowledge and wisdom apply in many arenas of human life, we trust him. And we know he speaks the truth, and we can be guided by the presentation of that truth. So there are many possibilities with which we are confronted this full moon of May. It is these which I would ask you to have in mind from now until the Wesak moon and on until the June full moon. What a responsibility is being placed upon these students, these co-workers, this group which apparently stands at the periphery of Master DK's ashram. The Master is speaking. Someone you trust, like Alice Bailey, is bringing it through. The words read are trustworthy. The world is in dire straits, dire condition, and you have the choice about the degree of intensity with which you will cooperate. It is at that full moon that the Christ can and will use this invocation, provided the will of the people permits. Now, you know, there's law here. It's a law. It seems that humanity simply must participate at an adequate degree of intensity in order to merit the cooperation of the higher beings. We have to live our life knowing that these higher beings really do exist vitally, vibrantly, that they are present and are not some intellectual abstraction about which we've read. They are presences here, and they cannot be confined to a particular geographical spaces. They have great extension. They have cities which allow them to be present anywhere they choose instantaneously. It's a much different world on the inside, and we have to accept these the conditions to be found there, and even given our limitations, simply help and cooperate to bring the advantages of inner world perception and inner world activity to the outer world. This will advance humanity. And of course, in the process, as part of humanity, our possibilities will also be advanced. So we're talking about the full moon of June 1942, a pivotal year, a year really in which the Tibetan could say that the war was won. At first, I think he looked forward to the war being completely terminated by 1942, but As usual, it seems that humanity did not quite rise to the occasion. It just seems that there is a tamasic aspect in our matter, in our substance, which prevents intelligent and instantaneous response, uh, right response, rapidly undertaken. We seem to delay, and it seems that the forces, those who represent the forces of light, are delaying even more than the swift and executive movements of those who represent the forces of darkness. Maybe it will not always be the case. Certainly, the respondees associated with the forces of light have many more scruples holding them back. I was reminded of Master Mori being questioned, well, why don't you just, you know who the forces of darkness are, just eradicate them? And he said something to the effect that, well, they're so close to you that were we to attempt that, you yourself would be in danger. So there's that solicitous scruple which hesitates to apply force that might also damage the representatives of light. All of this will clarify for us as we move forward into the inner worlds and, so to speak, awaken into a situation where the weight and the veiling of the body is no longer a hindrance. Now, of course, what's really needed is the memory of having been there, and it's all too true that in Greek mythology, the river Lethe, Lethe, is a psychological reality. It's the river of forgetfulness. But as we go along, that forgetfulness will diminish, and we will have that continuity of consciousness between the world of the dead and the world of the so-called living. I think I mentioned that in the Kalevala, the Finnish epic, the whirlpool in the head has the same effect as the river of forgetfulness. It scrambles and makes disjointed the experiences in the inner world, so they cannot come through to outer recognition until one gains mastery over that vortex and becomes truly an initiate. So it's at that full moon that the Christ can and will make this invocation. Is it the great invocation that we use, or is it something else? We don't know, provided the will of the people permits. See, that's the thing. Sirius guards the will. It's the home of the law of freedom, and you cannot have freedom if you are overriding the will of the people or any disciple's will. The Black Lodge has no scruple at all about doing so. They're perfectly happy to override and to enslave any individual, any group, and even all of humanity, but not those who are sponsored from Sirius and who obey what we've been calling the Syrian law of freedom. So here again, going on about the Christ, at that time he will attempt to reach the lords of liberation and evoke their response to the focused will of the spiritually minded people of the world, the aspirants, disciples, and initiates. Well, this affects me deeply, because what we see is that the Savior really is the Savior. And let's just say it may well be that without the Christ's attempt to reach the Lords of Liberation, they would not have been reached, and the tide could have turned the other way. So, obviously everything that can be done for humanity, everything that is within the law, is being done by the great superiors. And here's an example of the Christ invoking from Shamballa, because these lords are at least working through Shamballa at that time. Maybe they are true members of Shamballa all the time, I don't know. But they were certainly working through Shamballa, and the Christ is making more effective the will of the spiritually minded people, and I suppose even the demand of the masses. They, the Lords of Liberation, if evoked, meaning that the invocation was strong enough to draw forth from them a response, can give the impetus which will enable the Christ, as the rider from the secret place, to come forth in response to the massed intent of the general public. These are such deep occult matters. We would be completely ignorant of all of this without the opening of the door into knowledge and understanding by the Tibetan. So we have to see the Lords of Liberation were, let's just say, very important in giving the impetus for the rider, the Christ, to come forth. In case we thought, well, look, this is just his decision and so forth, he's given a great surge of support and power by the Lords of Liberation. Give the impetus, can give the impetus which enabled the Christ, the rider, to come forth. So sometimes we want to know, how's it done, How does the reappearance of the Christ really occur? Obviously, the Lord of the world has given his permission, and now we learn that these great beings, working through Shamballa, give an impetus which make it possible, and we probably learn that the avatar of synthesis has been preparing to work with the Christ and keep his eye upon him, and his hand beneath him. Is that how it goes? And his heart beating in silent unison with his. I'm thinking about the whole concept of freedom and how one Lord of Liberation, probably the one associated with Aquarius and Uranus, is particularly related to freedom, liberty, freedom, and how, that is the keynote in a way of the Aquarian age. I'm also thinking about those countries ruled by Aquarius in their soul, I'm thinking of the United States. I'm thinking of Russia. I think also there's something about Holland there as well. I think maybe those are the three, if I'm correct, but certainly the United States and Russia. And I'm thinking about how the light goes forth from the United States, the teaching goes forth, and how the New World religion, which will be dear to the heart of the Christ, arises in Russia. And I'm thinking about the kind of freedom that is given in these new developments under Aquarius, under Uranus, and how just a new level of expressing one's soul qualities is allowed, is given, is evoked. I think, as DK said, the United States, United Kingdom, and Russia will be extremely influential in deciding the destiny of humanity. And one can see how all of them are related to the Christ, either through ray or astrological sign, and why he has to, I think, pay a lot of attention to the developments within those nations or gatherings of countries, federations maybe, and between those federations. So this is more for that which will happen in the 21st century, which we certainly have entered. Think of it, already almost 1/5 of the 21st century has passed, and it has been a very demanding decade, 2 decades, filled with Plutonic terror and religious fanaticism and acts which are horrific and beyond conception, all because of the training of those who commit such acts. I think after the conclave, that which develops in humanity will be extremely important. I don't think we can imagine that the sixth ray and Pisces influence will immediately disappear. There may be something in the department of the Manu where the sixth ray souls are held back from incarnation, and more seventh ray souls come in, and that will automatically turn the tide in a different direction, But the disciples who remain for the duration of this 500-year second ray cycle up to 1575, or rather 2775, beginning in 1575, will certainly have their hands full. And, if we will that it shall be so, and persist in that willing with the right motive, then we probably, because every hand is needed on board, on deck, we probably will be able to participate meaningfully in the wrapping up of the sixth ray Piscean age under the guidance of Master Decay with his new installment of bridging teachings and the welcoming in of the age of Aquarius. I can almost foresee what's going to go on in 2117 when Venus crosses the Sun by conjunction again, as it did in 2004, 2012, and how the disciples of that time, probably under the guidance of many of them that we know, under the guidance of Master Decay, will be preparing for a great celebration to welcome in the true Aquarian age. Now, sometimes these big events on the inner side don't work themselves out immediately. That of course has to be understood. But, there's some very dynamic things that are going to be happening with the fading out and the fading in of the departing energies and the arriving energies, and all of the technological advances which will be occurring. We can't let them go too far and turn humanity into a robot, because already people are thinking of doing that. How to survive forever with bionic parts and somehow preserve your consciousness. The fifth ray solution, which tends to see things to a degree externally, is being offered to meet long-held human desires. But this fifth ray comes up with some pretty illusory theories, and rather than conceive of the hierarchy, we're much more likely to conceive of the space people or something who are responsible for our advancement when our own hierarchy of love and light and power is ignored. There will be an interiority connected with the fifth ray through France and its soul sign Pisces, as the attempt is made and probably will succeed to prove the existence of the soul as a subjective center, and it will require the fifth ray. So, I'm off on a little thing here, but it's fifth ray external or fifth ray internal. And since in the age of Aquarius the fifth ray is so prominent, we will definitely have to deal with it during the entire age. And, of course, the seventh ray, which is part of the Aquarian planetary setup, but also pursuing its own kind of cycle contemporaneously with the Aquarian cycle. I mean, that is a separate cycle, because, of course, we could have Aquarius sixth ray, Aquarius fifth ray, Aquarius fourth ray. It just so happens this is now that important climactic moment of Aquarius accompanying a seventh ray cycle. Okay, well, maybe a little bit of a diversion there, but when thoughts come to me and I see the possible utility of those thoughts, then I tend to go with the thoughts. And they probably will not be marked in the anticipation of what each of these programs holds, but anybody who is listening, looking, thinking along with these videos will run into them. So the Christ will be doing an amazing thing, and he will be reaching to the extent that he can under the law, the lords of liberation. And that's an amazing thing, because it was evoking those lords, and I suppose especially this Lord closest to humanity and to the sign Aquarius, this Lord who has to do with freedom and liberty, which basically saved humanity from the fate which even the hierarchy, with all of their foresight and knowledge of fate which they foresaw, I guess it was an unbelievable crisis, and one that we certainly cannot appreciate fully at all at this time. So the Tibetan goes on, he says, do you see, therefore, the imminent and vital possibilities? Do you recognize the urgency of the opportunity? Well, he could be speaking to us now. And some of us would answer yes, and maybe some, if truthful, would answer no. The two full moons form one complete cycle of work and should be prepared for in line with those statements of mine, both now and in the years which will follow, because indeed he has planned out what he wants to deliver to the students. Of course, he has to adapt because humanity's fate is in its own hands, and things happen which are unforeseen, even by the masters. So, do these two full moons always form one complete cycle of work, or is it more just at that critical moment that they did? Certainly the actors, the Buddha and the Christ, are somehow present at both. The influence of the two is present at both of these full moons, even now. I think, maybe one of our main determinations is to know whether the time has come when the Buddha is no longer active at the Wesak festival. And then it seems from what we've been reading that it will be the avatar of the Christ who will take over, because certainly he has an outer function which the Buddha under the law cannot have. The Christ will be with us for 2,000 years plus, and the Buddha, according to the laws of his existence, makes a great sacrifice, or has been making a great sacrifice, to descend for 8 minutes a year. So the two full moons form one complete cycle of work and should be prepared for in line with these statements of mine, so many, really, and also both now and in the years which will follow. As you prepare your own hearts, and remember that the full moon of May is the time in which the new group of world servers and all esotericists and spiritually oriented people of the world must work in full cooperation with the Buddha, and that the full moon of June is the opportunity for the men and women of goodwill, aided by the new group of world servers, to arouse people everywhere to make a great appeal, and by this appeal enable the Christ to invoke for them the needed aid. That may not have come off like a proper sentence, but I'm going to underline it in the faith that it is a proper sentence, even if I didn't, pronounce it that way. So, let's bear in mind when we talk about the importance of the Taurus full moon, the Buddha full moon, to the new group of world servers. Okay, so this is it. The full moon of May is that time, and why especially? Well, one of the reasons, and let's just put it down here. One reason is that the new group of world servers is ruled by Taurus, just as the Buddha in his life at the great moments of birth, enlightenment, and death was taking passing through these events at the time of the Taurus full moon. Of course, the interesting thing is we can't necessarily say that the Buddha died or was born at the full moon, because he was the head of the hierarchy. So at that high stage, it is his cooperating disciple who is born then. But certainly when he achieved his sixth initiation, the cosmic touch from the cosmic mental plane, it was the Buddha in the body, surely, under the Bodhi tree, perhaps with the prince looking on. And when the death came, it could have been the Buddha exemplifying how one dies. Again, interestingly, at the age of 80, there's that 8 again, so prominent in the Antikarana, in Mercury, and even in the year that the Buddha supposedly passed. Of course, he could come and go as he wished. As head of the hierarchy, you can come and go. And during all of this, as we might question the Christ Jesus phenomena, where was Jesus when the Christ possessed his body and was working directly through it instead of through overshadowing? Where was Jesus? Was he looking on? Was he learning? Was he bystanding? We can ask, where was the prince? If we want to call him Siddhartha, where was the prince? Maybe we call him Gautama, when the Buddha had taken possession of the vehicle of his disciple, who probably was passing through the fourth initiation, just as Jesus was passing through the fourth initiation under the supervision of the Christ. So there are many inner mysteries about these things, I would say, and we have to consider them, even though we don't know fully about them. Well, we seem to have reached a point where we're about an hour and 2 or 3 minutes into the program. So an hour and 2 minutes have elapsed. I'm not working with the atomic clock here, and my chronometer is my friend and my enemy. So hopefully when these are made available to you, there are not too many timing errors. So anyway, it's more the higher disciples and initiates who are aroused at the Buddha full moon, and the new group of world servers who largely are initiates of the second degree and beyond, although if you use the term in a wider sense, they will include earlier initiates. It's largely they who have to reach the men and women of goodwill who are aroused at the festival of the Christ, with the Christ forming mysteriously the very spirit of invocation and focusing the demand of humanity and helping it reach the higher spheres. All right, let's see what he says here. I think this is important, and because it's important, ignored by those who, should not ignore these things. One thing I would request, set no dates for the appearing of the coming one, the avatar, or for any spectacular aid. Now maybe, we have to be talking here about the reappearance of the Christ. Set no dates for the appearing of the coming one, the avatar, or for any spectacular aid. We already know that the spirit of peace, it seems to hint in some of the earlier writings in this book, was already aware of the Christ and working with the Christ in a certain sense back in Palestinian days, 2,000 years ago. And that the avatar of synthesis had formed some kind of relationship with him at the time of this writing, even though the final triangular arrangement, I suppose involving the planetary logos, and the logos is taking a position within the presence of the avatar of synthesis, had not yet occurred. That was a 1945 event. But these great beings are active internally in relationship to the Christ. But we're talking about some externalization, and you know there have been people running about here and there saying, the Christ is here, he's in physical form, he's in London or East London or wherever he is, and he's waiting for the press to discover him. Well, to me, it's a childish assertion and runs directly counter to the advice we are here receiving. So let's avoid that, and the Christ himself, in a way, cannot set dates. It's energy conditions which determine his return to visibility, his reappearance. If the work is rightly done, he will come at the set and appointed time, and the needed aid will be forthcoming. So we have to pay attention to educating the minds and hearts of humanity regarding the intentions of the hierarchy and the intentions of the great Lord. We can't have them looking at their calendars and watches and saying, will he appear or will he not appear? And most likely, will he appear and save me regardless of what I've done? It's we don't want to play into that. I'm remembering some 40 years ago, there were books written about how the rapture would occur, and one day you'd be driving in your car, probably a convertible, I hope, and suddenly you'd be snatched up into heaven. Maybe it doesn't go on and say what happens to your car, but suddenly you're gone, and a whole lot of people who were not as lucky as you because they didn't believe, they remain and have to suffer the consequences of an earth that's being destroyed. Again, all of that is fantasy and is based upon thinking of oneself as very special and not having much compassion for the poor, unsaved ones, Anyway, modes and methods are none of your concern. Regard the ancient prophecies as intrinsically right, true, and correct, but recognize that their phraseology is symbolic and not to be taken literally. I think Alice Bailey told us about how she realized that the translation problems were so great from Aramaic or Hebrew or Greek into modern languages and even among themselves that you could not take the holy books, let's say the Bible, literally as every word, but people who are determined to have that which is final and are really sick and tired of living and want to be in heaven for eternity, forgetting that eternity has forever elapsed, they will hang on to every word, every verb, every preposition, every adjective, every noun. They will hang on, and they will speak ignorantly, without knowing it, of the inerrancy of the Bible. Probably the only inerrant book that exists. And we do see how the concrete mind gets into that process of creating a significant illusion which bewilders many and stops their forward progress. Because, the continuity of revelation is the key. There's always more and more to reveal. And should the entire universe come to its conclusion, it is but vast as it is. So inconceivably vast as it is but an infinitesimal when compared to absolute infinity, the absolute infinity of the absolute deity. And beyond that is the absolute itself, where, this is probably the wisest thing. Don't even speak of it, because anything that you predicate of it is true and false at the same time. How the Lords of Liberation will work can only be known to the hierarchy. Okay. Their aid will be focused upon evoking in the hierarchy those attitudes and capacities which will make possible the inflow of energy from Shamballa. Because, as much as we say, well, Shamballa is now paying attention to humanity, it is the relationship between hierarchy and Shamballa, which is probably the main theme. And when you study those triangles from past, present, and future, you see that it's the relationship between hierarchy and Shamballa, which is presently being developed as hierarchy learns how to adopt the methods of the divine will, or adapt to them. So in Shamballa, the Lords of Liberation, their aid will be focused upon evoking in the hierarchy these attitudes and capacities which will make possible the inflow of energy from Shambhala. These are words to us, but the terrific energies involved maybe one day will be experienced as living fire, at first within our energy system, and we will realize, wait, something stupendous is going on here, and I just had some kind of mental concept about it, and I did not register the reality of it. So their work, Shamballa's work, the Lords of Liberation's work, is with the hierarchy, and the reaction of humanity to their activity will come only from the new group of world servers, and may even then be only registered consciously by senior disciples and initiates. So the energy of the Lords of Shamballa and of the Lords of Liberation may only be registered and in small part by advanced disciples and initiates. I mean, not all things are for all people at the same time. That is something we understand when he tells us, look, you can't hold the door of initiation open and ajar for those who are coming after you, as much as you would love to serve them in that way, because part of the whole process is they have to open it for themselves. And were you to hold it ajar, it would be like an overly permissive parent, and you would be denying them that crucial opportunity and process whereby they have to learn how to go through these doors. So there are laws and there are rules along the way, and we have already been subjected to them, certainly. We may not realize it, but one day we will piece together all the process that we have been through, a bit like seeing the movie of your life or many lives. I told you about that movie. I know I refer to a lot of movies. I don't go to too many, but they make an impression on me, And that movie called Illusion, a low-budget movie, but really somehow about the Akashic record and reincarnation. And now Kirk Douglas, he's doing quite well. What is he, 101 years old right now? That's extraordinary. And there he is alone in the movie house, alone, and there's the projection booth up there. And they're showing him the movie of his life, this present life, and of his son with whom he is estranged and who is in danger of being murdered and is murdered. And, well, you have to see it, but there's a reversal of fate through realization. It's somehow a very beautiful movie. And, I say low budget, they make movies for millions upon millions. And this comes along and you can just see that they didn't spend a lot, but they really got their point across. There's so much that the arts can give us, and in the coming fourth ray age and with the advent of the new Renaissance, humanity will be uplifted greatly. Master Moria, who somehow is a great appreciator of beauty and probably has a lot of the fourth ray in his rather permanent chart, talks about the transport of art, which can lift you to the higher spaces immediately, rather than to have to crawl through the, what does he call it, something like the cerebral sinuosity of the brain. I think he's much more direct than that, and he's looking for the quick solution, and he finds it in beauty. So he says that with beauty thou hast the light. So anyway, the work of the avatar, the rider from the secret place, will be primarily with humanity and will be for their relief and salvation. I guess Christ is coming for humanity. Of course, incidentally, other kingdoms will benefit, and the links between the higher kingdoms and the lower will be facilitated. There's a lot of the fourth ray in the Christ, the whole 246 line. It's not given as his ray chart, but, he took the third initiation with the Buddha in a fourth ray ashram. And he's so deeply identified with humanity, which is coming forth on the fourth ray and the human creative hierarchy. The initiates, as they're called, they work on the Buddhic plane as monads, and under the influence of fourth ray Mercury and fourth ray Scorpio. So we sometimes hear about Christ and his beloved humanity, his beloved humanity. When I think, in my own life, how far away from all this I was when I was born, probably because I had to learn rationality and some greater connection with the physical plane, so being born into a group where the third ray was so prominent, and maybe the seventh ray and maybe the first ray, but gradually finding my way back to some very long association with the church and with Neoplatonic philosophy and the philosophy of Pythagoras and so forth. but sometimes you just need something added to your equipment, and the targeting of where you are born and with whom you are born may serve that process. I guess the point is here that we're all being rounded out, and our insufficiencies, our deficiencies, are known by the angel of the presence, or we sometimes call it the solar angel, but it's a portion, I think, of the solar angel. They're known, and before birth, as he tells us in Letters on Occult Meditation, which I do hope to work on with video commentaries, that the note of the causal body is sounded forth, and deficiencies in the tonal quality or fullness or harmony, etc., are registered. I mean, in music, if you sound a perfect fifth, dum 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 dum, it's going to be completely different than if the third is added. Da dee dee da dum. So you add the third and you get a threefold chord, but it would be missing in the perfect fifth. So maybe the soul decides, hey, we need to add the third here in order to get a fuller sound. So all of this is under the science which the angel of the presence understands so well. These higher golden angels, they are able to work with the permanent atoms and the atomic triangle and so forth in ways which are very skillful, and they can build the vehicles as needed, and they can call in a ray conditioning that may be needed. And one day we'll be able to do that too, because the great majority of humanity is headed for solar angelhood and training on Sirius. So the Christ said, greater things shall ye do than I do. And, he foresaw, the progress of civilization and how everything keeps on being elevated, every initiation being a little more demanding in a later age than in a previous age. And we will do those things. We just have to have the faith in it and the joy about it, It is coming, and there will be struggles to earn our way through the miasms and the blockages and all of the distortions, but, we will get there. And the time equation, the old refrain, and the time equation is largely in our hands. So anyway, the work of the avatar from the secret place will be primarily with humanity and will be for their relief and salvation. We cannot entirely say that about the avatar of synthesis, especially since the entire planetary logos in a way takes a stand or places itself within the presence of the avatar, which is surprising and telling us something about the status of these probably intra-systemic avatars. Maybe they're still called cosmic beings, but they are great in their stature. And I suppose, we're not in a position to say, is this being greater than the planetary logos of the earth? Well, it's certainly different. And if you have a logos placing itself within the presence, taking a stand within the presence of this avatar, then the assumption may be that the avatar has a certain greatness, which the planetary logos seeks to absorb. But, we can't pontificate on that because it's just not totally known, at least to us. Now, the first half of this work of the writer, focused through the Buddha, will begin in May 1942. Now, this is April 1942, and we are heading for that crisis point that DK talked about earlier. The decision made then at the solstice of 1942 would determine the way humanity would go, probably for many centuries. And the second half will be started by the Christ in June 1942, but only if the invocation of the new group of world servers and the massed intent of men and women of goodwill is adequately strong and adequately focused. So we do see the role of even the least of these, as it is said. We do see the role of the average human being who can be informed in language which is suitable of the process. A big part of our work is to translate what we learn about in occult terms in ways that can be appreciated by those who have not studied occultism, and it is possible. So it's a combined process. The Buddha and the Christ featuring themselves, appearing in, carrying through certain events which are deeply at this time related to each other. I suppose they always are related to each other, but somehow there seems to be a very serious focus here, more so than probably appeared before because of the impending crisis of decision about which Master DK warned. It will consequently be a reciprocal process of invocation and evocation, facilitated by the extreme readiness to act and to respond on the part of those, capital T, invoked by humanity, but handicapped by the lack of sensitivity and the weakness of the will of those seeking aid. So this is how these moons will work together. But our condition is very important, and even today, the crisis is not entirely past. Not at all, although let us hope that those who seem to be veering towards the left-hand path, let us hope that they are ferreted out and that the error of their ways is seen and appreciated by those who stand for higher spiritual principles. I think in places it is happening. So it is this, sort of weakness, lack of sensitivity, even though the higher agencies are extremely ready to act, it's this that is an inadequacy that has to be remedied. It is this inadequacy which the Buddha hopes to remove when he comes to his people in May. I mean, those who know there will be a Wesak festival and who appreciate the opportunity. It is the strengthening and the focusing of the will which the Christ is endeavoring to foster with a special effort in June. So receptivity and invocation, these factors are concentrated upon by the two great lords, rendering humanity more sensitive and stronger in will, and the Christ carries that on as well, strengthening and focusing the will. Because the Buddha has made that, maybe widened the channel and held it open by which those who normally would have no hope in reaching to Shamballa can somehow, when their invocation is strengthened and targeted and, condensed and made more penetrative by the Christ. So what a service what a service it is that he helps those who could never on their own reach the Lords of liberation to, in fact, reach the Lords of liberation. And doesn't it amaze you? It amazes me, that all of this is going on unbeknownst to millions and millions of people in the world, even billions, going on in such a way to save humanity and help the whole planet, which is so important to the solar system eventually, to have our whole planet move forward on its evolutionary arc instead of suffering another delay, a severe one, as was suffered on the moon chain, and the retardation caused there was productive of much future difficulty, even the difficulty which we are experiencing now. I mean, how far up the evolutionary ladder does this misalignment of the third aspect with the second, how far up does it go? When you look at the Great Bear and especially the seven or eight stars we're talking about here, Alcor and Mizar, being a double there in the second ray department. When you look at that, you just always see visibly, at least from our perspective, the third ray out of alignment with the arc of the handle of the dipper. Now that's a great symbol of something that needs correction. And the great lords are seeking to contribute to the correction of this. Now obviously, the correction of something so high within the one about whom naught may be said, within the Great Bear, which forms the seven head centers of the one about whom naught may be said, cannot be undertaken by humanity. It can't even be undertaken by our hierarchy. I mean, far greater agencies are required to bring about an initial alignment in high places, which the misalignment of which may have been responsible for so many of our misalignments in lower places. So there's a reciprocity going on here, and we have no idea how that can really be corrected. It probably lies in the process of the one about whom naught may be said, at least the one that we are working with. Here's what I kind of want to do. I keep on seeing that things disappear, not because I want them to, but they just disappear. And here is probably a picture, which I've often pointed out, at least in my interpretation, with the name Solar Logos constantly used as a blind for a number of different orders of being or beings. We find this green triangle being our local one about whom naught may be said, with the seven rishis as a kind of chakra or center within that great being, and our solar system being part of the cosmic logos. Obviously, none of this is filled out to the fullness. But if you really follow the lines, you're going to see our solar system and probably its other six major stars connected with the one about whom naught may be said, and as well, so will be all of these stars that are known as the seven rishis. So we learn about chakras, constellational chakras, within the one about whom naught may be said. And, again, these are words and they are far beyond us, but they help us conceive to an extent of the divine pattern. So, I know I'm going slowly, but I'm kind of elaborating on things as they come to me. There's all different ways of doing these commentaries. One can do them in a rather pressed manner, or one can dilate a little bit on these subjects, which in terms of depth of meaning may sometimes be better. These two full moons are therefore of paramount importance, paramount, even beyond the mountain, and should have a definite effect subconsciously upon the minds of the new group of world servers and upon the hearts of men and women of goodwill in every land and nation and group. I wonder if ever before he has laid such emphasis upon full moons. I think he does continue that for a little while, because I think without the effort of the Buddha and the Christ helping the invocation reach the Lords of Liberation, things might have turned out very differently. So they're both on the path of the world saviors to an extent. I think they both are, and we think of the Christ as the savior, but the Buddha too as a great teacher, the greatest teacher in modern times in the East, and only one with the Christ of our humanity who was able to touch the cosmic planes for an initiation. These great beings are really working salvationally. Is there such a word? They're really working as saviors at this time, because the energy is so serious. You kind of wonder also whether the three Buddhas of activity would be working with the then more nascent triangles network. Maybe so. Although we don't hear much about it. Now the network should be much more ramifying, much more established. Let your meetings, your meditation, and your individual thinking be steadily focused upon these points, and endeavor to enter into the full moon exercises, both of May and June, with as clear an understanding of what is taking place as you can, and a clear picture of the possibilities which can come as a result of right action. So basically, he's telling us how to approach these times of opportunity. It's the April full. Well, it's April 2000 or 1942 that he is writing this letter, and he's looking forward 1 month and 2 months to great opportunities which must necessarily be taken. It's not that the people of the time could be casual about it, because the whole salvation of humanity would depend also upon their participation. Excuse me. Both the full moon should be times of effective service. The Buddha does not require invoking, he will come, but the spirit of invocation needs evoking from the masses, and it is this work that aspirants everywhere can aid the Buddha. In this work, they can aid the Buddha in bringing out, standing thus with him and with the hierarchy. So the attention is to be turned to stimulating the powers of invocation in the masses, in the many, especially those, who are intelligent enough to understand what may be going on. You never know, though. I mean, you can't be the judge. If you present a lecture, you never know who's going to hear it and act upon it, and it may not be the ones that you think. So times of effective service. The Buddha will come, in those days anyway, maybe some 44 years before, or 43 years before it was decided that his term of appearance was over, maybe. Or maybe there has been adaptation. We don't know. Just because people see things and imagine things, we cannot be sure whether they're seeing the real thing or whether imagination is taking the place of reality. The spirit of invocation needs evoking from the masses. And even today, we have to reach people so that they really know to make the esoteric world view comprehensible. And because it has a certain, even a great attractiveness within itself. And if people can get over their initial disbelief, then so much can be done. At the time of the full moon in June and in preparation for the opportunity during the entire month of May, the point of focus for all servers must be the Christ, and every effort must be directed to aiding his work as representative for the people. He will endeavor to gather into himself all that they have of appeal. Right there you have a very occult process, and we don't know how he does it, but maybe we can find a method that works for us on a much lower turn of the spiral, and by analogy we can understand. He will endeavor to gather into himself all that they have of appeal, prayer, and demand, voiced or unvoiced, transmitting it in an act of spiritual intent to Shamballa. So, wow, this is beautiful. Okay, I'm going to make the whole thing, important. Okay, and and right here we have really what the Christ does at these festivals of the Christ. He will endeavor to gather into himself all that the masses have. Okay. The point of focus for all servers must be the Christ, and every effort must be directed to aiding his work as representative for the people. He will endeavor to gather into himself all that they have of appeal, prayer, and demand, voiced or unvoiced, transmitting it as an act of spiritual intent to Shamballa. Well, a great responsibility was being laid upon the groups closest to the Tibetan at that time. Obviously, he is talking to them as if they are peripheral members of his ashram. And it gets very specific, doesn't it? We who have come after, we don't have that kind of specificity offered to us, but we do have all of the books taken together. And they did not have that at the time. It could not all be under the eye at once, or if so, in a form that was, ragged compared to the books that we now have, and even more so compared to the CD-ROM which we have, which goes so far in synthesizing the teaching. A mobilizing of the forces of light is going on upon the inner side of life. These four, remember how high they are. They are divine, and they let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. I mean, these are forces that are found on the highest levels of the cosmic physical plane. These forces stand ready, but the word of action must come from the Christ, and he will give that word when the people give it to him. How dependent we all are upon each other, and each must do his or her task, however small it may seem in comparison to the task of others with whom we are associated. We are the conditioners of our own destiny. Neither the Christ nor hierarchy may, at this stage of human evolution, such is the law, right, take any step vitally affecting humanity unless released into this activity by humanity itself. This is really respecting the Syrian law of freedom, and we can see how it is that these great beings absolutely respect this law. They will not infringe it. They are law-abiding spiritual beings. They are not law breakers. And here is something even more specific. From April 15th till June 15th are critical weeks, about 2 months, spiritually and materially. And this is one of the important facts I want at this time to bring to your attention. So if this writing came from April 1942, it must have been early April, to give the readers the opportunity really to study it, when it comes to the affairs of hierarchy, he is oftentimes very reticent to say exactly what is going on, and I think we can understand why that might be a wise policy. It's so easy to get thought and conversation onto the wrong track and thereby take away from what really has to be done. I cannot detail to you what you should do or what should be your line of endeavor, he says. I can give you a general idea of the hierarchical approach and the nature of the human problems. The rest lies in your hands. Well, this is 1941, I'm one of those older guys, but I can honestly say I haven't been born yet in this incarnation. 1942, really, excuse me, and that still holds. I sometimes wonder about a number of us, whether we waited until the sun had turned northward in 1942 at the solstice before coming in incarnation, but then with gestation what it is, it must have been a risk and to a degree foreseen, and it must have been a commitment. By the time I was born in 1943, much had been determined about the outcome of the war. But it must have been, given the laws of conception, that one would look forward to that period without knowing whether the forces of light had triumphed or not. The whole idea of having an inner life on the inner planes is so foreign to so many people. They just laugh at you, But okay. But they keep on asking questions, and that's the important thing, because they would like to know, who wouldn't? If you're faced with the possibility of annihilation forever or continuous cyclic experience forever, as it has been forever before that point, which would anyone choose? I assume a normal person who was not somewhat sick psychologically would choose ongoingness and infinite experience. I assume that. Even if the work done is entirely successful, the time of the appearing and the divine intervention by the forces of light through the medium of their agents, the Lords of Liberation and the Christ, see, both are agents, is dependent upon many factors beside that of right invocation. DK is giving us a little idea of how complex the whole thing really is. We have to do our part, we have to do it well, but there's a lot more to it, and of these factors, you can know little, if anything. The question of right timing is one of deep esoteric significance and is basically involved here. You know, it's a question of energy patterns and energy conditions, at least to me. The next 3 years, until 1945, right, are years of fulfillment, and for that period, the aspirants of the world are asked to stand steady in patient, yet convinced expectancy. Well, fulfillment, of course, you know, I guess you could ask those who were in the Pacific theater of war whether they were years of fulfillment or years of dire danger in which so many were lost to the Japanese tenacity, we might say. And yet, had we been there, we would have been asked to look ahead with optimism, but to be patient and have a convinced expectancy. It sounds very much like the attitude one is to have at the time of the full moon. The task to be done by the hierarchy involves not only the physical plane, but also the inner planes of causes and impulses of thoughts and desires. This all disciples know, but they're apt to forget. I'm just going to kind of gather this all together. And it's, unlikely that once you get going in this book, you'll necessarily do it again. So much depends on the discretionary time we can give to the assimilation of Master DK's work. With only 6 years left until 2025, we have to choose wisely what it is we can do and what may have to be left undone, left to others when the time is right. The critical situation upon the outer plane is only a reflection of a still more critical inner conditions. Still more critical inner conditions, and you can give acceptable help if you evoke your own will and control your emotions, disciplining your personality. Thus, you will be able to present a tiny focal point through which the spiritual forces can work. Through the agency of the many tiny points of light and will, much potency can be generated. And it's so interesting that if we work correctly from the hierarchy's perspective, even though we are small, tiny even, we can be effective. So he says it's acceptable help. And it's so interesting, it's been said, I think in Agni Yoga, maybe in some of the Tibetan, that if you think the battle raging on the outer plane is severe, just step onto the astral plane and see the nature of the battle, wherein, in the hours of sleep, you would be participating anyway. Master Moria has some very vivid images of sort of the teachers taking, grasping areas of the aura of their subordinates, and fiery areas of the aura, and casting them against the enemy. You never can tell how you will be used, and we don't have to know everything. We just have to, with continuing persistence and loyalty, present ourselves as ready to help. And that's done in a sacrificial manner, because we never know what will be demanded of us as we seek to make the situation sacred, right? It is the will to victory that is demanded at this time, generally, I would say, and still it is demanded as we observe the forces of materialism working financially and through teachers and through politics. We have to win for the sake of the plan. Of course, the other side says that too, but not for the sake of the plan, rather for their own self-aggrandizement. It is the will to victory that is demanded at this time. It is the will to invoke that which is needed. It is the will to focus, and through this focusing to aid in the great act of invocation, for which the Christ is at this time preparing himself. He has such a task to intervene with the Lords of Liberation and to direct the formulated and also the inchoate demand of humanity towards these very high beings. It is the will to goodness, to self-control, and to the evocation of right action, for which hierarchy asks today. If humanity does its part, it will find the hierarchy more than ready to respond to do its share in bringing about world release from the forces of evil. It reminds me of the story at the side of the sea where the disciple is walking along with the Christ. You're probably familiar with that, and maybe it's called Footsteps in the Sand, something like that. And two pairs of footsteps are seen for quite a while, but then only one. And later, the disciple sort of rebukes the Christ for not carrying him at that point, abandoning him, going away, when in fact the Christ says, well, that was when you became weak and could no longer walk yourself, and that's when I carried you. So the great forces of light are ready to do what they can for us, but we certainly have to arouse ourselves and do what can be done from our perspective. And it's amazing how much inertia there is. In so many of these articles, DK has inveighed against inertia, the inertia of the not of the highest beings and not even of the lowest, but of the disciples themselves. So he says, will you ponder on this, and will you cooperate in every possible way? The plans may be laid, the vision may be seen, but unless everyone recognizes his essential contribution and his real usefulness, nothing can be done. There are no limitations when true esoteric work is undertaken. To this end, I seek to emphasize renewed application to meditation and a constant, steady use of the invocation, probably the 1940 invocation. Yeah, particularly the one that begins by invoking the Lords of Liberation, because in 1942 it was so essential to invoke the Lords of Liberation, who, as it turned out, with the help of the Christ, and the Buddha saved the day, you might say. Even when, I won't say that hierarchy lost faith, but it was their assessment, probably based on all that they knew that humanity could not stand. So this is the end of our 2. And what I try to do is come back and forth, as I can, and continue this interpretation. I realize that maybe this time I'm taking a few more sidetracks or following out some associated ideas, but sometimes I think it helps to do that. So we'll come back soon and continue. I know that when you receive these and the others, it will take a while, and it will have to be all integrated into your life pattern if you want to listen to these interpretations. The good thing is, of course, that the reading of the books is proceeding simultaneously with the interpretation. So in a way, you have nothing to lose. The books are being read. And probably we're not able to clear so much time in our lives that allows for the reading of the books. Our lives get progressively busier, and I'm sure that there are many sincere students of the teaching who have not read all the books, at least not with real care, as they might read some. So the teaching is bigger than any one of us, and he truthfully said, I've given you more than you can ever absorb, but we can strive towards absorption and application, and it will be a help not only to us, but to the general situation. Okay, so we'll go on then before long, and page 354 is the key, and let's just see how far, really where it began. Page 354. Okay, let's continue now. I'd just like to read this this section in purple highlight one more time. Let's see here. If humanity does its part, he will find that hierarchy more than ready to respond and to do its share in the bringing about world release from the forces of evil. Will you ponder on this, and will you cooperate in every possible way? The plans may be laid, the vision may be seen, but unless everyone recognizes his essential contribution, his real usefulness, nothing can be done. Okay, let's emphasize that. There are no limitations when true esoteric work is undertaken. To this end, I seek to emphasize renewed application to meditation and a constant steady use of the invocation, particularly the one which begins by invoking the Lords of Liberation. Okay, we're in 1942. It is April 1942. The work, Christ says, goeth not forth, save by prayer and fasting. Of course, fasting may mean something a little different than not eating. It has to do with a detached attitude. But as Master Moria says, a scent stops on a burdened stomach. It is true. I call you to prayer and to meditation, for both are needed today. fusing as they do the emotional and mental bodies into one aspiring whole. I call you to discipline, for that is the meaning of fasting. Okay. And to the constant effort to live at the highest possible point all the time. This is so often a dream, but not often a fact. Today, in the hour of the world's need, aspirants and disciples who are willing to make at least consistent, persistent effort are needed by humanity and the hierarchy. I'll emphasize this. Well, it's all important. I call you to prayer and to meditation, for both are needed today, fusing as they do the emotional and the mental bodies into one aspiring whole. And I call you to discipline, for that is the meaning of fasting, and to the constant effort to live at the highest possible point all the time. And this, he's a realist when it comes to knowing how aspirants and disciples respond, but he does seek to evoke us through his fairly frequent invocations, these calls, these charges. He's well aware that he has to keep promoting inspiration in his students and would-be cooperators. And this is found, I think, throughout his writings, and especially here, where the articles and the pamphlets have to do with the all-important task of winning that war, winning that Armageddon, if we want to use his terms for it. My brothers, I have presented the picture. I have held before you for years the vision of opportunity, service, and discipleship. I have outlined to you the mechanism of service, which already is in existence and which can be galvanized into activity and world usefulness. I leave the matter in your hands, asking you to remember that the united interest, love, service, and money of the many is far more potent even than the consecrated effort of the two or three. No one is futile or useless unless he chooses so to be. Yeah. With all these charges, all these calls, it seems quite impossible to ignore them. No one would want to. I leave the matter in your hands, asking you to remember that the united interest, love, service, and money of the many is far more potent than the consecrated effort of the two or three. He really wants to enlist those who are not yet cooperating into a bond of cooperation. He seeks extension of the working group. And so do we still seek that. We seek some kind of balance between those who know the esoteric way and those who may not know that way, but whose hearts are aflame with the will to serve. People have to be reached. There are so many voices today that can drown out this subtle note of esoteric work. we have to see that that does not happen. And in the meantime, he says, paralleling your subjective work and externalizing your inner endeavor must be your work for your country and for your fellow men in humanity's hour of need. It's it's a demanding thing, I think, to be a disciple, and certainly in a time of crisis, as we have illustrated here. I wonder, does our conscience advise us about the amount of work which has to be carried forward? We have to work for our country. You know, I'm thinking about the meditations we do for the invoking the soul of our particular nation and the souls of the nations and the soul of humanity. All of this correlates with the idea of working for our country, albeit here in an esoteric way, and for our fellow human beings. Some of that will be very, very practical work. I mean, I told you, did I not, that I heard this from her, I think, that Mary Bailey, during the Second World War, was an ambulance driver. It fit well, I think, with the whole idea of emergency and with what looks like, to me, Mars in Pisces. We have to dig into the practical work of the day as well, and that will extend our inspiration and make it possible for us to help inspire others. There must be a steadiness, selflessness, and silence, plus courage and confidence in the strength of your own souls, confidence in the watching hierarchy, and confidence in the plan. All the requirements come home here. Steadiness, selflessness, silence, 3 S's, He teaches this way with the repetition of words that begin with the same letter. Somehow it does keep it in the mind, when I think of the 5 D's, for instance. I say it never leaves my mind, maybe it will now, but discipline, dispassion, discrimination, decentralization, detachment. Those 5 D's stand for a whole process of pursuing discipleship in the right way. And the I's, there are 3 of those, aren't there? Instinct, intellect, intuition. Maybe we should add initiation as the final one. So the memory is important in all of this esoteric work, and DK is giving us methods of fortifying our memory so we can call upon it when we have to share thoughts and do other things within the field of chaos. The end of tribulation is not yet, but it is in sight. Well, this is April 1942. That decision has not yet been made. We have to wonder whether the hierarchy thought the end of tribulation would soon occur, or whether they were saying this for our own edification, our own strengthening. May the blessing, okay, it's going to be a beautiful prayer. So I'll leave it with his assessment of the condition at the time. May the blessing of the Masters rest upon you as a group and as individuals, and may the holy ones whose pupils you seek to become show you the light you seek, give you the strong aid of their compassion and their wisdom until you stand where the one initiator is invoked until you see his star shine forth. So this, yeah. This is an adaptation. Seems pretty clear. An adaptation of another and longer mantram, which begins, may the holy ones whose pupils we aspire to become show us the light we seek, give us the strong aid of their compassion and their wisdom. There is a peace that passeth understanding. It abides in the hearts of all those who live in the eternal. There is a power that maketh all things new. It lives and moves in those who know the self as one. May that peace brood over us, that power uplift us, until we stand where the one initiator is invoked, until we see his star shine forth. So, as you can see, an adaptation. But these are potent words. We have to accept the blessing. We have to earn the blessing and then accept it, and be lifted up to the true membership within the hierarchy and become a true initiate at the third degree. Well, okay. Now we have worked in April 1942, and we have talked about the importance of the May and June full moons, 1942, and the cooperation of the Buddha and the Christ, a special type of very strong cooperation helping the invocation by humanity and the invocation by the trained disciples to reach their destinations. And this was undertaken, overseen by the Christ in mysterious ways, realizing that in his role as the savior of humanity, he could help create this channel of ascent in the same way that the Buddha was creating a channel of descent and invoking and seeking to strengthen the members of the hierarchy, yes, but also the people in the world. Now, all of this work behind the scenes, plus additional work, which probably is not mentioned here, because we see that humanity was strengthened and guided and assisted. All of this work combined to make possible the invocation, and it looks like then the successful invocation of the Lords of Liberation. But now we come, to June 1942. We don't know when in June this was written or whether it was written in May, looking forward to June, But that's the time when the Tibetans said there would be the decision which would be determining for humanity for centuries to come. So we're living through that period as we think together about the Tibetan words. We now, it's called the cause of the world catastrophe. Well, he and the masters are certainly admitting that it is a great catastrophe. And all through their material, they have been, well, let's just talk about the Tibetan. He's been giving causes for the world catastrophe. It's not only the advances of the Black Lodge, it's the weakness of the disciples and somehow their refusal to take a very strong position in the center of things and create that bridge whereby humanity can reach into the higher spheres where the major beings supervising all this, looking on, can be found. We now come to the consideration of the present acute situation, because now it is emergent, right? It is acute. The present acute situation and the present catastrophe, which is rooted in world glamour, and we will now study the possibility of relief and cure. Maybe, as esotericists, we can look on and begin to see, there is glamour, and it is impelling those who know little to do that which they would not do if they knew what they were doing. So, they did it with such earnestness, and so serious. And I may have mentioned, that along with Adolf Eichmann, a Pisces, there was a man named Reinhold Heydrich, Reinhard Heydrich. And he was a Pisces also in the sun sign sense, and the two of them did so much to engineer the final solution, the eradication of the Jews in Europe and of others considered to be, undesirables. Anyone who had the slightest mental psychological problem, and the gypsies and the homosexuals, and anybody that they could see contributing to the corruption of the Aryan ideal, which they held forth and championed, but could not live up to themselves. Certainly not in physical appearance or in psychological functioning. Well, so we're going to consider now the acute situation, because that within the next 6 months, it will be decided whether humanity falls or whether it can rise. The world catastrophe rooted in world glamour, such is glamour that it's very difficult for many to detect unless one detects it by the fruits of the activity. By their fruits ye shall know them. So not only the initiates and the high beings are known by their fruits, but those who are involved in leading the Axis powers, they brought their nations to great destruction. They are known by their fruits. when you look at the Nuremberg rallies of the early middle 30s, you might not foresee such total destruction. Everything was high then. Everything was anticipated as victory. The Triumph of the Will was the name of the most popular film documentary documenting the great rallies that reinforced the confidence of the people. Now, if you contrasted that footage with bombed out, burned out, and destroyed Germany at the end of the war, something might come home to the observer, and he might ask, how did this lead to that? How did something that so many millions embraced as a great movement lead to total destruction? But such it was. So, acute situation and the world catastrophe. Yeah. Okay. The possibility exists and is centered in the two great avatars, the Buddha and the Christ. Notice how they are called avatars, and in that list, I think a fivefold or sixfold list, they are listed beyond racial avatars. They are not ray avatars per se, nor are they solar systemic or cosmic avatars, but they are avatars nonetheless. And here is the list. I tracked it down of the avatars listed. The racial avatars evoked by the genius and the destiny of the race. Lincoln was one. As it says, coming forth from the very soul of a people and introducing and transmitting racial quality. And Bismarck came forth from the opposite current of energy, from the Black Lodge. Then the teaching avatars, we see this Plato, Patanjali, the Christ and the Buddha are not mentioned here. They belong to another class, yet they were certainly great teachers. The Ray avatars, I guess we may be talking about the Ray Lords here and other lesser beings who appear as manifestation of a ray. Number 4, and this includes the Christ and the Buddha. The transmitting avatars, a new truth is needed, and an old truth is needed to be put away so there can be advancement. I'll just read a little. These avatars issue forth in response to demand and are not so much concerned with racial development as they are with the subjective unfoldment of consciousness and with the stimulation of humanity as a whole. So into this higher category, the Buddha and the Christ are found, followed by still greater types. But we have 4 here, but there have to be more. I think so. Divine embodiments, yes. And they come from a very high space via Shamballa. And finally, because we do have these to be studied, some who go no lower than the mental plane And let's see if is it 5 or is it 6? So let's see if we were to look here on page 307 of the externalization. Maybe we'll see all of them. I thought there were 6, but maybe only 5. 307. Okay, approximately. And going back a little bit. Well, this is fairly dense material. Divine embodiments appears to be the last one, and it follows the transmitting avatars. And of course, we also have here mentioned the avatar of synthesis. They are apparently intra-systemic avatars. They're called cosmic avatars. But then sometimes the planetary logoi are called cosmic beings too, and certainly so is the solar logos. Now we're given the ways by which these avatars work. There's a lot to study and to fix in the mind. So the Christ and the Buddha represent this very high type, but are not yet divine embodiments. Okay, so we go to page 479, and this is the place. Okay. I see what the problem is. I see the problem. We went to 479 all right, but we went too far, indeed. So, okay, these are to be called transmitting avatars. Okay. Transmitting avatars. So, what is the cause? What is the cause of the great world catastrophe? So many causes, really, are there not? And the Black Lodge is just one of them. The weakness of the disciples, the condition of glamor induced over the ages, sometimes the very ray structure and astrological structure of a country made them susceptible. I'm thinking, of the fact that every one of the Axis powers had this prominent ray 4 in its makeup. Germany, the ray 4 soul. Japan, the ray 4 soul. And Italy, the ray 4 personality. All the fire signs were there too, I think. Well, it was more Scorpio for Japan, but for Germany, the fire sign Aries, and for Italy, Leo and Sagittarius. It is difficult to write clearly about this matter of world glamour. So let's just see where we are. It is difficult to write I think this is okay. Difficult to write clearly. World glamour. Yeah, and here we are. And let's see what that little from glamour world problem. It is included here to preserve the historical sequence of the teaching in relation to world events. Glamour is not only a world problem, but to have an abhorrence toward glamour, as Alice Bailey did and as the Tibetan did, is understandable when you see that to which it led Germany and the nations under its impression. It is difficult to write clearly about this matter of world glamour because we are in the midst of its most concentrated expression, the worst the world has ever seen, because glamour, incident to centuries of greed and selfishness, of aggression and materialism, has been focused in a triplicity of nations, a kind of a triangle of nations. It's been with humanity a long time, and it was probably pretty terrible in those days of Atlantis, I suspect. And there was ever so much more possibility of material acquisition and living in luxury. Heights of luxury were reached in Atlantis that we can barely conceive. It is therefore easily to be seen the most effective in manifestation. It is therefore easily to be seen and most effective in manifestation. So all of these factors, the worst the world has ever seen. Now that's saying a lot when you consider to what extent the Atlantean civilization was submerged in glamour. It is therefore easily to be seen, at least the results, and most effective in manifestation. Three nations express the three aspects of world glamour. Notice how he's doing that. Sometimes the term Maya covers all three, sometimes illusion covers all three, and in his case, world glamour covers illusion, glamour, and Maya in their specific applications. Three nations express the three aspects of world glamour, illusion, glamour, and Maya, in an amazing manner, and their powerful assault upon consciousness. The consciousness of humanity is dependent not only upon the response of Germany, Japan, and Italy to this ancient miasma, but also upon the fact that every nation, the United Nations as well as the totalitarian nations, are tainted with this universal condition. So unless there was sufficient glamour among the many peoples of the world and within their nations, Germany, Japan, and Italy would not have been so strongly reinforced. Yet, as long as people do not consider glamour to be a world problem, they will pay no attention to it and will not recognize it when it's operative until later the consequences become quite clear. The freedom of the world is consequently largely dependent upon those people in every nation who within themselves have moved forward out of one or other of these glamorous illusions of myopic impressions. That's the way it's put. Of the human soul into a state of awareness wherein they can see the conflict in its wider terms, that existing for them between the dweller on the threshold and the angel of the presence, but probably being ignorant of the great battle of Kurukshetra and of discipleship itself, they just, by and large, and for the most part, have not noticed. And here we have a very interesting phrase: glamorous illusions and myopic impressions. It's interesting, this phrase, isn't it? Glamorous illusions, so that unites that which occurs on the plane of mind and attaches the distorted emotion to it, of myopic, inaccurate impressions. So the three are united in this particular phrase, and I think we should just make it a bit bigger so we understand how the Tibetan sees the union of the three, of the human soul, of that which is plunged into the personality vehicles, that type of consciousness which takes up its place within the personality vehicles, the glamorous illusions of myopic impressions of the human soul into a state of awareness wherein they can see the conflict in its wider terms as that of existing for them between the dweller on the threshold and the angel of the presence. I suppose there were just many who just knew they were fighting the Germans or the Japanese or the Italians, and they didn't know the way to consider the idealism of these three countries, in what context they should place it. Others who had a deeper knowledge of psychology might be able to place the particular distortion to which each one of these Axis powers succumbed. By far the most virulent was Germany, who basically, it started the European war. Let's just say that in the early 30s, Japan also quite independently invaded China and was strongly aggressive without necessarily having German prompting. These people who can see the conflict in the wider terms as existing between the dweller and the angel of the presence, and this idea of the angel of the presence is important. It's not always used. Sometimes just the term solar angel is used, but for the moment I'm holding to the idea that the angel of the presence is as much of the solar angel as is deemed appropriate to send into the higher mental plane to create the egoic lotus and the causal body for those in whom it has not yet been created. Those coming from the moon chain had a causal body. They were individualized, probably there, or individualized in the earlier solar system in which they had a causal body as well, and the angel of the presence was attached to that causal body. And that's the way I see it. and then could help the individual evolve more rapidly. These people are the aspirants, the disciples, and the initiates of the world. They are aware of the dualism, the essential dualism of the conflict, and are not so preeminently conscious of the threefold nature and the differentiated condition of the situation which underlies the realized dualism. They see it clearly. They see how basically the conflict resolves to one of the contest between good and evil, and the higher and the lower pairs of opposites. I think I lived through this time long ago, and well, as a very young person, it's not easy to see, but later as you study these things, it becomes easier to understand. We, after all, on this planet, have to become adjudicators between the factors of this dualism, adjudicators between the pairs of opposites. And we must judge what is of the soul and what is of the personality, because it may be difficult at first to differentiate the two. There are some gray areas, and the members of the Black Lodge are used to fooling, to misleading, to lying to those who are trying to evaluate their true spiritual status. So, these aspirants and disciples, and let's put that in, the okay. So, the aspirants, let's see if I can get this correct. Their approach to the problem is therefore simpler, and because of this, world direction lies largely in their hands at this time. So, simplicity is an ingredient in victory. And we are being told in Discipleship in the New Age, Volume 2, of the simplicity of Shamballa. One of the disciples, being so closely connected to Shamballa, was to cultivate this simplicity. It is right here that religion has, as a whole, gone astray. And I refer here to orthodox religion. He says, it has been preoccupied with the dweller on the threshold, and the eyes of the theologian have been held upon the material, phenomenal aspect of life through fear and its immediacy. And the fact of the angel has been a theory and a point of wishful thinking. The balance is being adjusted by the humanitarian attitudes which are so largely coming into control, irrespective of any theological trend. Theology tends to mentalize the entire conflict between good and evil, and it may be of some value and some stimulation to the theologians, but usually the people want to have something they can really grasp, and something that is real to them and can be felt. So let's just say it's the dead Christ which we tend to concentrate on, So we concentrate on the dead Christ. That's one thing. And on the material plane, we leave out of consideration the risen Christ and the immediacy of the mind that is in Christ, that which is perceived by the mind that is in Christ. So we can debate long and hard on theology, but it doesn't take us any nearer to the truly, to the feeling of the energies, their contact, their immediate contact. Okay. So, but there is a corrective and humanitarian attitudes. I think John the 23rd was known for his humanitarianism. I think so. And there have been popes who followed who were not humanitarian to that degree, not loving to that degree. So these attitudes, which are corrective, they take their stand upon belief in the innate rightness of the human spirit, in the divinity of man, not just the old Adam filled with all kinds of corruption. You know, some people just love to get into the old Adam. And upon the indestructible nature of soul and mankind. This inevitably brings in the concept of the presence or of God immanent, and is the result of the needed revolt against the one-sidedness of the belief in God transcendent. See, God is not a distant factor. It is a vital immediacy, and it is intimate to every human consciousness, the deity. But we discover, in fact, that we are that deity through the immanence of our higher nature. So there are correctives to the old, very dismal, down-putting theological attitude. And we don't always have to deal anymore with an overpowering deity. We find that we too are divine. And the initiate Paul said so, know ye not that ye are gods, he said. And this is the correct. I remember, you know, you can go into so many churches and there is the suffering Christ. Bleeding, suffering, dying. Okay. And that is what so many churches seem to focus upon. I remember Mary Bailey saying, why don't you go across to there was this church on the corner opposite the United Nations, and see the statue of the Christ. And it was a glorious statue. We were making a kind of a video, a film, and we took many shots of that living, risen Christ. It's a different way of thinking of the great Lord and thinking of our human nature. So the livingness aspect was just radiating from that statue, the livingness of it all. So there has been a revolt against this overpowering God transcendent that makes the individual human being feel contemptible, you know, full of sin, like a little worm, like nothing. When in fact we have, not only do we have God within us, but that which is God within us is us, is who we are. This spiritual revolution was entirely a balancing process and need cause no basic concern, for God transcendent eternally exists, but can only be seen and known and correctly approached by God immanent in individual man, in groups and nations, in organized forms, and in religion, in humanity as a whole, and in the planetary life. So this is not to state that God transcendent does not exist, or that God immanent is not all pervading. We might call it, I'd like to, all pervading or pervasive God immanent. It shows us the divinity of all life, and if we are to have the joy and the strength to work for the redemption of matter and the redemption of those caught in matter, we want to have that joy of knowing that there really is no difference between what we are and the fundamental deity that is finally pure being, as are we. All pervasive God immanent. And one day we shall re-find ourselves as the presence, which is pure being, the presence. And I think, it's a good exercise every day to search for that presence in all things, and not just as an intellectual concept, but until we begin to feel that presence in all things, and of course in all people and all beings. There really are no differences between things and beings. Everything's alive. That is the high-low zoistic attitude, even though consciousness is so deeply buried in the lowest levels of expression that we have a tough time thinking of those lower levels as ensouled, as having consciousness. So in religion, in humanity, and as a whole, and in the planetary life itself, humanity is today, and has been for long ages, battling illusion, glamor, and Maya. We just get our ideas wrong, we misinterpret, and then we long for our particular misinterpretation, which leads us nowhere or worse. And and then we spend a lot of energy running around trying to sustain our highly desired misinterpretation. Illusion, glamour, Maya. Humanity is today, and has been for long ages, battling illusion, glamour, and Maya. All of this part of the world glamour, right? Advanced thinkers, those upon the probationary path, upon the path of discipleship and the path of initiation, have reached the point where materialism and spirituality, the dweller on the threshold and the angel of the presence, are the basic dualism of manifestation. And the basic dualism of manifestation can be seen clearly defined. Because of this clarity of demarcation, remember Christ said, I bring not peace but the sword, the sword of discrimination, clarifying our consciousness. The issues underlying present world events and the objectives of the present worldwide struggle, the modes and methods of reestablishing the spiritual contact so prevalent in Atlantean days and so long lost, and the recognition of the techniques which can bring in the New World era and its cultural order, can be clearly noted and appraised. So this is a little, well, let me first take care of this. Okay, I think it can be said now that we are 3 hours into the program, and I think we'll continue a little anyway. Whether this program will be 3.5 hours, 4 hours, or 5 hours still has to be determined. Strong outlines are coming, and well, we're approaching closer and closer to that moment of crisis. August 1942, and that's just before hierarchy had made up its mind, or at least had reached the conclusion that humanity would not survive the onslaught of the forces of evil. He says all generalizations admit of error. It might, however, be said that Germany has focused in herself world glamour, the most potent and expressive of the three aspects of glamour. Japan is manifesting the force of Maya, the crudest form of material force. Italy, individualistic and mentally polarized. Interesting, because Italy will have the Mahachohan's school, advanced school, on the third ray. Italy, individualistic and mentally polarized, is the expression of world illusion. The United Nations, with all their faults, limitations and weaknesses, and nationalisms, are focusing the conflict between the dweller and the angel. And thus three forms of glamour. See, he uses glamour in a very wide context here. As I said, just as illusion and Maya can be used in a wide context. And thus three forms of glamour and the final form of the conflict between the spiritual ideal and its material opponent are appearing simultaneously. Well, I suppose with its Pisces personality and a Pisces first ray personality, showing how important Pluto would be, we can see that Pisces being a sign much given to illusory expression and images which have no reality and so forth. It would be appropriate that Germany would focus the glamour. And if the personality of Japan would still be Capricorn, it appears that it was when he wrote The Destiny of the Nations, with a very strong Scorpio behind it, the samurai Scorpio, and a sixth ray personality. We can see the crude regimentation and the Capricornian materialism of Japan. Italy has a Leo soul and is that it? Yeah. A Sagittarius personality, a ray 4 Leo soul, a ray 6 Sagittarius personality, and so is Leo the sign of individualism and swept into the Axis powers via the believability or the tendency to believe and to worship of the sixth ray. It says in Italy, individualistic, that's the Leo part, and mentally polarized, that's not so easily seen, except, we do have the third ray connected with Italy. through the school that is emerging, will emerge an advanced school, whereas in France also a mental school on the fifth ray, I think. Italy, individualistic and mentally polarized, is the expression of world illusion. Let Maya flourish and deception rule. We had a leader there in Italy who had the sun in Leo and Scorpio rising. That was Mussolini, and that was given quite a good analysis by Dane Rudyard. Many of you know of him, an excellent astrologer and one who was in his mature years when the Second World War was being fought out. There was a lot of Gemini also in Mussolini's chart. The instability was there. Certainly the posturing was there, the posturing of Leo and so forth, but the susceptibility to darkness through Scorpio, just as Japan had, with its Scorpio soul, appropriated very much, I think, by the personality ray. I mean, when you have Scorpio and Capricorn together, as well as giving great hierarchical potential, some of the cruelest people that can emerge have emerged under that combination. You know, if you want to read about cruelty, you know, you can read about Count Vlad from the Impaler, they called him, from quasi-medieval times, fighting the Muslim armies of the time. He was a piece of work, and you see the pictures of him, and it's an absolute representation of the two signs, Scorpio and Capricorn, together. Now, the cruelty of Japan was notable, and they were Scorpio and Capricorn together. They were cruel to all the enemies, but they did have a code of honor. But they were cruel to the Australians and to the American captives, and very cruel to the to the Chinese when they occupied China. Cruelty has a lot to do with enforcing your own way upon others, and you know, in a way, making people lie down on what's called the Procrustean bed. It's from mythology, but there was this tyrant. It's a good Capricorn occupation to be a tyrant. They put people on the bed, and if the people did not fit the bed, they cut off whatever parts of the individual were hanging over the bed. This is the cruel method of forcing your pattern upon others. Decay gets into it. And of course, if you are a Scorpio and you give into your dweller, then you become, let's say, page 333 of esoteric astrology, you become the monster of selfishness. So it's very interesting to study the rays of the axis powers. It looks like, as I say, every one of them had ray 4, either as a soul ray or personality, and every one of them, I think, had ray 6, either as a personality ray or an astral ray. It seems to me that the whole Nazi party depended on a strong devotional ray 6 response. And naturally, they were getting, we might call it, the worst out of their signs. The blitzkrieg of Aries, the glamour of Pisces, that has to do with Germany, and then the ego of the grandeur that was Rome. How does it go? The grandeur that was the glory that was Greece, and the grandeur that was Rome. The grandeur was what captivated the Italians, the return to the great Roman civilization via Leo, and with Sagittarius, a one-pointed idealism that fit well with its six-ray personality, and then the rays of Japan, very different, but as I went over them, the sadistic quality in the way the soldiers treated their captives, and this idea of imposing a very rigors upon them. I'm thinking of these forced marches in which so many died, I'm thinking of the beheadings and all that in this island warfare between the resurgent allies, especially Americans and Australians, and the defending Japanese. It's the samurai tradition, though, I think, without the real samurai honor. But you hear of honor being displayed, and that's good, and at least, reputable. There are those high points, but you also hear of terrible sadism, and you hear of this event that's called the Rape of Nanking. It demonstrates how the Japanese treated their captives. Now, things may be very much different now. And we are told that the personality ray of nations does change. I don't know that we have an indication that Japan has moved away from the conformist, rigorous, highly disciplined and rule-oriented Capricorn energy in the personality. There are a lot of patterns which have to be observed. And behind it all is this desire for conquest, but we can hope that Scorpio desire becomes conquest of the liabilities within the nation itself. So, when we deal with alignments and the pairings of nations and they're coming together in groups, we have to look carefully at what ideals they support. Now, in each case, we had Italy, Germany, and Japan representing Cerberus, which is a kind of a distortion of the personality tendencies. It's the three-headed dog that's found in the underworld, and that Cerberus has to be killed by Hercules, just the way Hercules killed the lion in the Leo, in the, I wanted to say ritual, but in the Leo story, the Leo myth. And future battles and subtle interplays and difficulties between nations have to be analyzed in the same way, according to their rays and astrological signs, and also the degree of development of the people. It's amazing that such a cultured nation as Germany fell victim to these monotonous dark forces. When you listen to the oompa of the bands that accompanied German festivals, you wonder how they could fall so low in a land that produced Beethoven, Bach, Beethoven, and Brahms. But there was a big split there, and that's sometimes found when the fourth ray is present. And you wonder about the sadism of Japan, not to excuse the sadism of Germany, but, there for some kind of high ideal. Japan was extremely racist as well, looking at themselves as some kind of master race. Obviously, if they had prevailed and Germany had prevailed, there would be a war between them to see who was the real master race. But Japan had this great code of honor, under the samurai, and where did it go when they took advantage of so many millions? Well, it's later now, 80 years later, and things have changed, and those two nations have been regenerated and are much more along the democratic line, both of them having Ray 4 souls. You may have to look a little hard to find the Ray 4 soul of Japan. It's not listed in the tabulations, but it's there. Just the way Tokyo is the reverse as a city. I think Ray 6 soul and Ray 4 personality, plus it represents a first ray planetary center. All of this has to be studied in the light of what to expect from a nation and what their gifts could be and what the distortions and perversions could be as well. That Germany would be involved with finality and what some have called, with regard to the Jews and the undesirables, the final solution, is hinted at in their Ray 1 Plutonic Piscean personality. And the time that the principles in that war were born showed a very heavy emphasis upon Pluto and Pisces together. So it was Plutonic, it was eliminative, it was death dealing. Sometimes you can tell a lot just by looking in a person's eyes what side they're on, and whether the warmth and kindness and love of the soul are there, or whether something else is there. And if you look carefully at Eichmann and Reinhard Heydrich, you don't see the milk of human kindness. You see something far more menacing, something that is cowardly and yet vicious. I started to say earlier and didn't complete, with regard to Heydrich, his wife felt that he was involved only in noble causes, that he had a certain nobility like the lion that he was. He had Leo on the ascendant, and she thought of him as only noble. But that's how some of the Nazis convinced themselves that mass murder was noble, because you were ridding the master race of the vermin, the pollutants, those who had caused the degeneration of the great Aryan human being of 250,000 years ago. The amazing thing is that so many people who advanced that theory in a manner that was really powerful and effective didn't look anything like the ideal, the model that they had in mind. They were almost like the antithesis of it. When you looked at Goebbels, for instance, there wasn't much difference between him and Gollum in The Lord of the Rings. But not to be insulting, it was just a psychological dynamic. Realizing their own inferiority, they projected it upon others, and by eliminating the others, they sought to redeem themselves. All very unconscious factor. The United Nations are, now finally going on, I must be dilating quite a bit today, going on and giving some related but a little bit extraneous material. The United Nations are, however, gradually and most decisively throwing the weight of their effort and aspiration on the side of the angel. It's the Arjuna decision, isn't it? Thus restoring the lost balance and slowly producing on a planetary scale those attitudes and conditions which will eventually dispel illusion, dissipate glamour, and devitalize the prevalent Maya. Isn't it interesting, that we don't know the history, but Japan has some kind of relationship to radioactivity and to violent etheric forces. It's not only that, so far anyway, they are the only nation on whom the bomb has been dropped to save maybe 1 million invading lives. In other words, the Allies would invade and they would lose almost 1 million men. Came the anticipation, and instead the bomb was dropped. But it produced an entire etheric reorganization. Recently, there have been tidal waves, tsunamis, which have compromised radioactive facilities in a way which is abhorrent, and the truth of which is not discussed. The extensive danger has not been discussed. It's been hidden. Okay, but the United Nations, let's just say, siding with the angel. That is what with the angel of the presence. And of course, in our own life, there is a battle, and we find at length and at certain times that it is necessary to make a clear decision and to side with the angel. It oftentimes comes when Libra or Scorpio or both are prominent in the astrological chart. The scales are tipping this way and that way, and finally they fall in a certain direction, and then Scorpio, for better or for worse, takes over. So this siding with the angel to dispel, dissipate, and devitalize, they are doing this by increased clear thinking of the general public, of all the nations bound together, the Allies, that is, to conquer the three Axis powers, and by their growing ability to conceive ideas in terms of the whole, in terms of a desirable world order or federation, and their capacity to discriminate between the forces of light and the potency of evil or materialism. It's a superficial kind of perception, materialism is, and how interesting that basically it will have been seen to have been defeated in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So, okay, the ways the Allies are dispelling, dissipating, and devitalizing. That's what they had to do. They had to kill the three-headed dog from hell. And because, humanity is not yet as mentally focused as it will be later, Italy, representing illusion, was the least threatening of these three, and was considered by the Tibetan to be normal nation, whereas Germany and Germany and Japan were not. But the interesting thing is that when you look now, 80 years later, at the behavior of Germany and Japan, they are behaving normally, and even on the side of democracy. And their fourth ray is seeking harmony in the world. Not so Italy at the moment, out of fear of immigration and an invasion from the lesser people. You know how people think that way. The lesser cultures and civilizations of the South, they have become selfish and closing their doors to those who would immigrate to their country. And they have been swept in the direction of the right wing. Of course, this is 2019. We don't know how long that will last, really. It might lead to real problems and to a kind of ignorant populism which might sweep over Europe. As you know, there were wars in the old days, and the armies of Islam conquered many cruelly and relentlessly. And the people in these countries, they have not forgotten. They have not forgotten the wars of the Middle Ages and actually following the death of Muhammad. But the invaders from China and the invaders from the Islamic countries, they were driven back, and Europe maintained its integrity. And it doesn't, to listen to the people talk, they don't want to be, as it were, invaded from within, or to take into their citizenry those who by culture deem the host country and the host people as inferior. This is a terrible thing to look on at others who are human beings after all and human souls as inferior. I don't know, I remember a lot of television programs. I think my parents just set me in front of the television to babysit me back in the early 50s, and I remember that much of the aftermath of World War II was playing out on television. And of all things, I remember a program called Captain Video. Now that's probably 70 years ago, and it was all about inferiors and superiors. There were those who were deemed the superiors. They were, madly egocentric and narcissistic, and they looked upon everybody else as inferiors. Well, it's a distortion, but it's pretty much how Germany looked at things, and even Japan to a certain extent. I think Italy to a much lesser extent. And we don't know where people came from. We don't know their soul history. You can have, in apparently the youngest races, you can have very old souls being born there, and vice versa. So every case has to be judged on its own merits, really. And of course, we're not really in the state of judgment. We're not trying to make a hierarchy out of everyone we see. It is necessary to have an approximate idea of where people stand on the ladder of evolution if you want to help them in an esoteric sense, such as through esoteric astrology or the study of the rays and so forth. But it's not up to us to rank people. And many people fall into that kind of illusion and glamour, and behind it all is this strange desire that they have, and will not even admit to themselves to be of very high rank and to be of higher position than the people that they may rank. So that works against the sense of the unified soul of humanity, which we must actually feel. He goes on, the work being done by those who see the world stage as the arena for conflict between the dweller on the threshold and the angel of the presence might be itemized as follows. So this is the, what can we call it, the good work, because this is a useful simplification. There's a lot of complexity behind the whole thing, but basically it's really all about good and evil. And we don't want to be, utterly simplistic, but it does boil down onto that. To that, there's a tendency towards superficial perception and materialism and following the testimony of the senses in the lowest worlds, which constitute the dense physical body of the solar logos and our planetary logos. And then there is the ability to sense the commonality, the soul, the spirit, which unifies all forms. It's a deeper form of perception. It could be called spiritual perception. So spiritual perception sees sameness in apparently different formal units. And that's an ability that we all want to be able to cultivate if we possibly can. So what will these people adhering to the good, what will they do? They will produce the producing of those world conditions in which the forces of light can overcome the forces of evil. This they do by the weight of their armed forces plus the clear insight. I mean, everybody wanting a better world at that time had to take up whatever weapons they had at their disposal. And by weapons, I don't only mean those things forged out of iron, whatever means they had, and fight, battle with the forces of evil, which were rampant and which threatened to enslave humanity. So that's a kind of a first ray injunction, you might say, first ray injunction to fight. Now the next is education. More on the second ray with third and fifth ray as part of it. The educating of humanity in the distinction between, let's see what that distinction may be. Okay. A, spirituality and materialism, pointing to the excuse me, different goals of the combatant forces, and those goals were really different. Freedom versus enslavement. And B, the difference between what sharing and greed. Scorpio has a tendency, it's a little vampiristic. It can corner the market, so to speak. Take everything that others need and then have power because the supply is with the one who has greedily amassed what others need. So what's the distinction between sharing and greed? Outlining a future world wherein the four freedoms will be dominant and all will have that which is needed for right living processes. People think that's just a pie in the sky ideal, but it's absolutely necessary in a world to which the Christ will be coming. You can pretty well see that there will be an intensification of those activities which will magnetically signal to the Christ that humanity is ready for his reappearance. And somehow the first initiation of humanity has to occur before he can appear. So the next 100 years can be very intensive. And those of us who plan to be around, and think that we have had an intensive process now, will have a real comparison to make with the far more intensive processes of the 100 years from 2025 to 2125. And the difference between light and dark, the distinction, demonstrating the difference between an illumined future of liberty, embodied by one of the great lords of liberation, liberty and opportunity, that's kind of like Uranus and Saturn, and the dark future of slavery. I mean, slavery is still rampant. It's under the rug a little bit, but it is slavery. And some people have just no respect for the integrity of others, and if they can make money from them, they will take away all the rights of those people. And the distinction between fellowship and separation. Maybe here we have some Jupiter-Mars contrasts, or Jupiter-Saturn contrast, Saturn in the lower expression, indicating a world order where racial hatreds, caste distinctions, so prominent in Saturnian India, and religious differences, all the splinter groups of Protestantism, for instance, will form no barrier to international understanding, and the axis order of master races, determined religious attitudes, and enslaved peoples. I want to make sure I've read that correctly. Indicating a world order where racial hatreds, caste distinctions, and religious differences will form no barrier to international understanding, and the axis order of master races, determined religious attitudes, and enslaved peoples. Okay, well, that's it. That's the separative part. These are, vital distinctions. You just can kind of see that, can't you? Vital distinctions into which, wait a second, which education reveals. Vital distinctions which education reveals. So I'll try to make these so they stand out, Let's see how we can do that. The distinction between sharing and greed, it's going on now, isn't it? These distinctions have to be made clear to some of the political devotees who are blind to the fact that their own selfishness is driving them to mindlessly support selfish candidates and selfish people in power. We really will, it's going to be very acute, this contrast between the dweller of humanity and its angel. That will only increase, and you can see it happening, and quite a number of people in power are there because they do represent the dweller, because the dweller has arisen in the people who voted for them. And of course, those people are fairly mindless and they don't realize it. They do not realize what they've done. And then the distinction between the whole and the part, pointing to the time which is approaching under the evolutionary urge of spirit, spirit ever driving forward through space, wherein the part or the point of life assumes its responsibility for the whole, and the whole exists for the good of the part. The dark aspect has been brought about by ages of glamour. The light is being emphasized and made clear by the world aspirants and disciples who, by their attitudes, their actions, their writings, and their utterances, are bringing the light into dark places. It's Vulcan in the place of darkness, Pluto. Vulcan is really, in a sense, a very brilliant planet, being so close to the sun and has a great light-inducing capability. So all of these factors are emerging, and the work to be done by those who see the conflict. This is work to be done by those who see the conflict between the dweller on the threshold and the angel of the presence. Work to be done. And, just arming oneself against evil and then educating so that distinctions between spirituality and materialism, sharing and greed, light and dark, fellowship and separation, the whole and the part, those distinctions are made clear. Further work to be done by those who recognize what the battle really is about, preparing the way for the three spiritual energies which will sweep humanity into an era of comprehension leading to a focused mental clarification of men's minds throughout the world. So let's just call these, just what he does, three immanent energies. So preparing the way for the three spiritual energies, this is a cultivation within the microcosm. And when you look at our meditative life, you see we're not really quite there yet, okay? But the new group of world servers and those who really see, they can facilitate this. Everybody has his or her part to play, however tiny it may seem. The energy of the intuition, which will gradually dispel world illusion and produce automatically a great augmentation in the ranks of initiates. Well, the initiate of the third degree, I suppose, has what is called intuitive instinct, spiritual instinct for the first degree, and spiritual intelligence and mental illumination for the second degree, and spirit and intuitive instinct for the third degree. All right. And then will come the activity of light, which will dissipate by the energy of illumination the world of glamour and bring many thousands onto the path of discipleship. If we aspirants can lose our tendency toward glamour, we can, with mental focus, tread the path of discipleship. So he's using three levels here. And I'm just trying to distinguish between them so we can see what they are. And then, okay, the energy of the intuition. That's the very first, and it needs to be enhanced. The energy of the activity of light. Okay, and we know that by the illumined soul-infused mind, we dissipate glamor, and then comes the attack on Maya, And this is all for those 3 imminent energies. Okay, these energies to be wielded by those who see and understand the conflict between the angel and the dweller of humanity. Then comes the energy of inspiration, which will bring about through the medium of its sweeping potency the devitalization or the removal as by wind. Interesting, the spirit bloweth where it listeth, and no one knows from whence it comes or whither it will go. I mean, that's an approximation. The removal as by wind of the attractive power of Maya or substance. This will release untold thousands onto the path of probation. I think we learn a lot here about who is getting ready to tread the path of initiation and what is needed. Who's getting ready to tread the path of discipleship and what is needed, and who can begin to be an aspirant and tread the path of probation. Who can do that? Okay. So what I'll do is make this a little smaller. I'm not going to get perfection here, 1, 2, and I'll make this a little bigger. Now those who recognize the binary nature, the dual nature of the battle, and have simplified it down to the realization that the angel and the dweller of humanity are fighting, can be expected to make these distinctions. 3 spiritual energies which will preparing the way for the 3 spiritual energies which will sweep humanity into an era of comprehension, leading to a focused mental clarification of men's minds throughout the world. Intuition, the light of the mind, and this kind of dissipative, actually, they use a different word, devitalizing inspiration. Inspiration also can be used as a very high type of energy, not just working in the realm of Maya, but working from the very highest realms of our energy system. So let's just say, what else can these perceptive ones do? Okay, what else? They can be involved in releasing new life into the planet through the medium of every possible agency. The first step, that will be the large one. Okay. Through every possible agency, new life. The first step towards this release is the proving that the power of materialism is broken by the complete defeat of the Axis powers, and secondly, by the ability of the United Nations to demonstrate, when this has been done, the potency of the spiritual values by their constructive undertakings to restore world order and to lay those foundations which will guarantee a better and more spiritual way of life. These constructive attitudes and undertakings must be assumed individually by every person and by nations as collective wholes. The first is being undertaken at this time, the complete defeat. The second remains as yet to be done. So here is the first, and we'll just keep that sequence of colors going. And secondly, by the ability to demonstrate that their values are really spiritual values. Really spiritual values. Okay. And that has to be demonstrated. Sometimes it is demonstrated. I'm thinking about the way that, well, you know, there's no purity of motive there, but the way Germany was rebuilt and the way Japan was rebuilt, the Marshall Plan was involved, I know, at least with respect to Europe. But of course, there were motives there that had to do with the containing of Soviet Union by strengthening the barrier between the Soviet Union and the Americas, and looking then at Europe as that barrier. But still, you know, Lincoln, after the Civil War, did not intend to send a bunch of carpetbaggers into the South looking only for their own advantage. He meant that there should be a binding up of the wounds. He was a compassionate man and obviously an initiate. And this may also be so of General Marshall and some who looked at the restoration and rehabilitation of Europe. They may not have had only those kind of political, realpolitik motives. There are always those in whom compassion is expressing. And if we look even further, we will see that such people generally, in time, they win the day. When you see, you know, you go to the Lincoln Memorial and you see his second inaugural address chiseled beautifully into the wall of the memorial, it reminds you of the kind of man that he really was. That's no Bismarck, that's no Hitler, and that's no narcissistic leader. So the contest between the good and the bad is fought out often in the realm of human character, and it continues. It's been said that people pretty well get the leader they deserve, but we have to raise our own game in the Western democracies and remember the principles which led to their founding. Great examples exist in so many European countries of spiritual principles which were a gift to all mankind. Maybe, you know, the idea of the Magna Carta, even though it was somewhat contained among the nobility, it is there, sweeping away the absolute authority of kings. And, you have liberty, equality, and fraternity in the French Revolution, the names of the lords of liberation, in a way. And you have the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights and the rights of man expressed in the United States. Of course, I would, forget many things, but those examples stand out in my mind, that there is a better and more spiritual way of life, and we do have spiritual values, definitely, and we have to take a stand on those because cyclically they will be challenged. These constructive attitudes and undertakings must be assumed individually by every person and by nations as collective wholes. The first, that is, the defeat of the Axis, was taking place when this was written in 42. If it was to be a defeat, that's the question. And the second would remain to be done, the demonstration that the spiritual values are indeed better. That's the point. Now, what is better? Well, it depends on the desires and motives of the individual who considers them. There's no way to avoid selfishness in the long evolution of humanity. No way to avoid it. But there is a way, I think, to hasten people from that selfish position when it looks like they can have outgrown it. And now the fifth point, the bringing home to the nations of the world of truths taught by the Buddha, the Lord of Light, and the Christ, the Lord of Love. Well, we hear so much. Buddhism is very popular now, and maybe, as DK said, it has become dogmatic. I don't know. It seems so, in when they insist we have no soul and all of that, and maybe they pay no attention to the causal body whatsoever. But then here is a very powerful Buddhist abbot known as, to us anyway, as Chual Kul, and he comes along and gives the esoteric perspective, and the Buddhists will not budge from their no-soul doctrine. So you can always tell the difference between a doctrine and an experienced truth. There's going to be some flexibility in defining terms regarding an experienced truth because the experience is theirs. But with simply a doctrine, a dogma that is accepted, the experience is not theirs. And yet, so they hold on to the form of words, to the doctrine, for dear life, lest they become lost. So the truths of the Buddha and the Lord Christ. So now we have some points pointed out to us. The Axis nations need to grasp the teaching of the Buddha as he enunciated it in the Four Noble Truths. They need to realize that the cause of all sorrow and woe is desire for that which is materialism. So basically we have the idea that the Axis nations were materialistic. He said that Germany or Nazism would produce, should it win, the most materialistic civilization ever seen. Okay, so the Axis and the Buddha, instead of aggressively grasping for that which belongs to others, eventually everything has to fall out of our hands eventually. And the hands have to let go, and they have to be crucified, and then when the nails are removed, there is only the attitude of giving and no grasping. The United Nations need to learn and apply the law of love as enunciated in the life of Christ, and to express the truth that, quote, no man liveth unto himself. I guess you can say, isolationism is there being hinted, and no nation either, and that the goal of all human effort is loving understanding, prompted by a program of love for the whole. Maybe, the Buddha dealt with accepted discipleship, and it seems that the Axis needed that teaching, and the United Nations had to go one step further and participate in the lives of all others through the agency of love. I guess, the Tibetan can see these things from a large perspective. There have been problems of not wanting to fight, wanting to maintain a peaceful, neutral condition, but then having the fight forced upon one in the neutral nations, such as, at first, the United States. And then some countries maintained their neutrality, but found other ways to help. Maybe we're talking about Sweden and Switzerland. But no matter what one does, one will reap the benefits or the demerits of karma according to the motive and the effect of what one has done. So the karma of selfishness is not a karma in which you receive great bounty, unless the bounty itself ties your hands, as Master Moria has said. Don't envy those people surrounded by great wealth, because you have no idea of the imprisonment of the wretched soul who is in the midst of that type of wealth. It's like being suffocated, Now, I just want to say that we have completed 4 hours and 2 minutes, and I guess it'll be a 5-hour program. I'm sure that you can tell when I'm running on automatic pilot, and when I'm so sleepy that something better come out of me that makes sense. Have you ever, dozed off in the middle of saying something and found a completely alternate reality, and the words that you might bring back, even though it's instantaneous, just would not fit the present reality? That sometimes happens, but now I find myself gaining in energy. So excuse me if there are some really confusing things that are said. I've hauled it over from another plane and probably caught myself just in time before saying it and readjusted to the reality of the present sensory world. Okay, so now we go on. I guess we've done not a lot of pages because I've taken some excursions into associated thought. Hopefully something of value has emerged. If the lives and teachings of these two great avatars can be comprehended and wrought out anew in the lives of men today, in the world of human affairs, in the realm of human thinking, and in the arena of daily living, the present world order, which is today largely disorder, can be so modified and changed that a new world order and a new race of men can gradually come into being. Renunciation and the use of the sacrificial will should be the keynote for the interim period after the war, prior to the inauguration of the new age. So, a long sentence and full of value, and basically saying, base your lives upon the great teachings of the Buddha and the Christ, however these might be presented. I was thinking of the idea of servant leadership, not the kind of narcissistic domination of others without caring what they think, but let him who would be first among you, be your servant, something to that effect. Servant leadership, where the needs of other people really come first. And then, of course, one will absolutely find one's own needs to be met. Renunciation and the use of the sacrificial will. Well, we're going to become the first degree humanity, the first initiation of humanity, and when you get into the third tier of petals, it is, excuse me, I'm so sorry, the sacrificial will of the soul is involved. These are the three petals of sacrifice. Sacrifice knowledge, sacrifice love, and sacrifice. Petals 7, 8, and 9. If we're going to become an initiate kingdom, we're going to have to become familiar with ever-deepening forms of sacrifice. Always something lower will have to be given up for something higher. Students need to remember that all manifestations and every point of crisis are symbolized by the ancient symbol of the point within the circle, the focus of power within a sphere of influence or aura. Actually, that point is supposed to shrink and shrink until eventually it becomes the relinquished point. But really, all manifestations and every point of crisis, that's a big statement by the ancient symbol. Anyway, it's a very important, it's the symbol of the master, right? And it's associated with Leo, and the advanced Leo achieves the relinquished point, as we see Esoteric Astrology, page 332. So it is today with the entire problem of ending the world glamour and illusion which fundamentally lie behind the present acute situation and world catastrophe. People are just not thinking clearly, and they're attracted to the results of their erroneous thinking. I think I told you about, the channeling that was going on from, was it Arcturus, by some lady who was a medium for the higher ups in the German military. And she brought through all kinds of erroneous stuff, and they believed her. All of that was part of the founding of the Society of Thule, Thule, which was a very racist beginning of real racism and anti-Semitism and any thing perceived as a degenerate example of humanity other than the great German Teuton of 250,000 years ago. Well, it's difficult when unprepared people or selfish people read the secret doctrine, because they will turn everything, skew everything in the direction of their selfishness. And we might say to them, well, how did you get that out of what you read? But that's what they got because of their selfish predisposition. DK says of those 7, selfish for many lives. So it is today with the entire problem of ending the world glamour and illusion, which fundamentally lie behind the present acute situation and world catastrophe. The possibility of such a dispelling and dissipation is definitely centered in the 2 avatars, the Buddha and the Christ. I suppose he means that the Buddha dispels and the Christ dissipates, but it might be the other way around. They both have the intuition, they both have the acute mind, maybe because the Buddha preceded the Christ in terms of laying out the theme of accepted discipleship. He is the dissipator, and Christ is the dispeller. But we don't want to make any rules that are too hard and fast here. I mean, sometimes I just pause for a moment and I say, what has the Tibetan given to us? What an outpouring, what a labor of love. And as he joked, he doesn't joke much, but he did. He said, for me, all of this has been a labor of love, and for Alice Bailey, a labor. You can only imagine how she managed to get it all together in the days before computer and simply having typewriter and difficulties with the health and all that. She really proved something. And for people who think that they have a burden, we go back to Alice Bailey, who, as the Tibetan said, refused invalidism when she might have, with justification, said, look, I can't do this anymore. My heart, whatever, I'm an invalid, I can't do this, but she refused that. Within the world of glamour, the world of the astral plane and of emotions, appeared a point of light. Okay, now it does explain. The Lord of Light, the Buddha, undertook to focus in himself the illumination which would eventually make possible the dissipation of glamour. So it is, as I said, the second time and not the first. Well, it would make sense because he was such a penetrative thinker, and of course he had that very powerful third ray associated with light. Well, that doesn't mean the second ray is not. And even the first ray, the unfettered enlightenment of Shamballa, light is substance, Okay, so here is the Lord of Light undertook in himself the illumination which would eventually make possible the dissipation of glamour. When you read what was taken down that the Buddha had said, it is clarity itself. There's a lot of repetition. It's almost mantric in ways. And you just see that with all simplicity, he's cutting through the glamours which might inflate the approach of his students or in some way distort their approach. Within the world of illusion, the world of the mental plane, appeared the Christ, the Lord of love himself, who embodied in himself the power of the attractive will of God. He undertook to dispel illusion by drawing to himself, by the potency of love, the hearts of men, and stated this determination in the words, and I, if I be lifted from the earth, will draw all men unto me. Okay, well, that's interesting, and maybe I have found it to be the case that if I'm caught up in the world of concepts and I somehow manage to activate the heart center, a altogether different kind of perception supervenes. Things are no longer concepts, they are felt realities, very subtle, but realities. So the intuitive nature of the Christ and his particular kinds of rays inclining towards love, with love as the great revealer, dispelled the veilingly complex disquisitions of the concrete mind. Now, from the point they then will have reached, the world of spiritual perception of truth and of divine ideas will stand revealed. The result will be the disappearing of illusion. So you might say, I'll make this the same color, that as the world becomes more mental, it will need more and more the Christ and his method. See, Buddhism is coming largely under the third ray because of the third ray monad of the Buddha, at least partially so, and because he was involved in the moon chain and the seeds of the previous solar system, which was the third, it stands in the position of a 3, third from the end, in a way. The third ray was prominent in the previous solar system, from which the Buddha took the seeds, which were the harvest of that system, and they ripened in him in this solar system. I don't think we know something about when the lords came from the moon chain, or more advanced humanity from the moon chain to the earth chain, but we're not given so much about the Buddha, if he did indeed function or was individualized in the previous solar system when he came to this solar system. There is a hint there, that the seeds of that previous solar system ripened in the Buddha. So, it has a definitely mental coloring, and it's that which is needed to dissipate the glamours of the astral plane. There has to be that ray 3, ray 5 beam, that searchlight which vaporizes or dissipates or somehow invalidates the various veils of glamour. But for the Christ, it's a different thing. His unitive second ray approach, very pure second ray, puts the many fragments back together. Illusion, if it's allowed to be pursued, will create such a complexity of thought that it will not be understood. And the Christ comes along, unifying, simplifying, making the many fragments come together again as wholes, and reestablishing the divine pattern. There's so much that we have to be grateful for these two beings. Popular religion presents them in a certain way, and it's usually a way that would affect the apparent well-being of the unillumined perceiver. Christ will save you, the Buddha will enlighten you, but there's much more to what they did, and here are some little hints about their interior working. But we do know that the New World religion will be founded upon the teachings of both, and that is why both teachings have to be brought forward in a cooperative way. Now, in the new Masonry, some of which is being brought forward through the AUM group, both the teachings of the Buddha and of the Christ are receiving quite equal emphasis. And that's all to the good, because Masonry will be very important, especially in the education of those who have a lot of the first ray in their nature. The Masonic organism will help that way, but certainly it will still have to be based upon the teachings of the Buddha and the Christ. And so it will be, of course, for the New World religion. And when you think of the banded esoteric organisms, probably directed by finally by third-ray monads of some kind, you realize that the way of thinking, the mind as it is in Christ and the Buddha mind, are necessary when dealing with the mental types to make sure that the kind of clarity that can be achieved by the Buddha and the Christ is part of the clarification of the mental sphere which they undergo. Okay, the combined work of these two great sons of God, concentrated through the world disciples and through their initiates, must and will inevitably shatter illusion and dispel glamour. Now, this is a little different. It's, he's not rigorous always in the use of words. Usually, the word is dissipate. But here he brings in a new type of word, may shatter illusion, and we say usually the word is dispel. But we get the idea. Maybe some glamours there are that are so brittle and crystallized that, or illusions, that is, such recalcitrant thoughts that they have to be shattered. So the combined work, if we understand what they really tried to do for humanity and what the principles of their teaching is, would, through the world disciples and initiates, shatter illusion and dispel glamour. The one by intuitive recognition of reality, by minds attuned to it, that's the first, and the other by the pouring in of the light of reason. That's so good, and it's so clear. It's so needed, to be clear, because there's such an abundance of the teaching that a few real points of clarification are really worthwhile. So, intuitive recognition will, by the minds of those attuned to it, will shatter illusion. And the other, the pouring in of the light of reason, will dispel glamour. Normally, one would say, would dissipate it. I mean, when you see reality compared to all the little complex thought forms that have been created to describe reality, one will no longer accept the value of the fragments. One will want to see them all put together, and intuition is that ability to see things with accuracy and in wholes. It's a kind of holism, The Buddha made the first planetary effort to dissipate world glamour. The Christ made the first planetary effort towards the dispelling of illusion. Very important. We don't know what those efforts were immediately, but certainly when people are attached to the phenomenal world and crave it, the Buddha comes along with his message of detachment, and he's really dissipating that particular desire for the unreal, and the Christ comes along and helps people see with wholeness, and he overcomes the multiplicity, introducing into it the unity which always really underlies it. Their work must now be intelligently carried forward by a humanity wise enough to recognize its dharma. Men are being rapidly disillusioned and will consequently see more clearly. The world glamour is being steadily removed from the ways of men. These two developments have been brought about by the incoming new ideas, focused through the world intuitives, and released to the general public by world thinkers. It has also largely been aided by the well-nigh unconscious but nonetheless real recognition of the true meaning of the Four Noble Truths by the masses. Well, maybe the masses don't understand consciously so well, but maybe they have the feeling that the phenomenal world is not real, and pain and suffering is caused by desiring to acquire from the phenomenal world, and relief from pain and suffering comes through detachment from it. And the way to do that is by following again the Noble Eightfold Path. Notice how that number 8 traces its way through the Buddha's life. Guardian at the 8th gate, Mercury, born and enlightened and died, so to speak, died at the 8th, at the full moon, when Scorpio was the ruler of the full moon, the 8th sign. The Buddha and the building of the Antakarana, shaped like a figure 8, the Buddha appearing in the Wesak Valley for 8 minutes. This 8 is a real, it has something to do with energy flows, and it's such a prominent figure in the life of the Buddha. It's sort of like the infinity sign standing up, you might say. And when you think about the infinity sign standing up, you might say some aspect of the absolute infinity is brought into a temporary manifestation and then subsides again into its absolute condition, then to be brought forward into finitude yet again, yet again, yet again. So this is really, important, that there are ways of removing glamour and disillusioning. And oftentimes people consider it a negative thing. Oh, I was so disillusioned, meaning disappointed. In other words, I was deprived of my expectation. I was deprived of my emotion that I had spent, and my desire was let down and unfulfilled. But in fact, it means something far more. It means you can see clearly, see more clearly. So, so the disillusionment is with us. I suppose anybody who believes in a cause, let's just say, suppose you're running off to war with the flag flying, and you really are all enthusiastic about the glory of war. Now there's a glamour for you. The glory of war. And then the scene shifts and you're in a cold, muddy trench waiting to go over the top and probably get killed, Thus much for the glory of war in the First World War. And I think it was that way in the Civil War too. There's this war hysteria that whips people up, They imagine some kind of great explosion of light and glory. They will be glorified. They will come back as conquering heroes, whatever. And then the reality of it that induces wiser people to say that war is hell. So if you have been disillusioned in your life in a way that is closer to the truth being presented here, what was the What was the instance? What was the event? What was happening? Maybe your mind will automatically target some moment. And if you once thought something was so great and you desired it so intensively, and then you saw what it really was, it fell from the pedestal, just the way so many teachers fall from the pedestal. Look what happened to Sai Baba, as truth creeps in and reveals another side to the story. What was that for you? Of course, it's easy when you're older, to look back and say, well, I might have taken that road, but I took this road. Thank goodness I took this road and not the other road, because you have the perspective and the desire has died down. So we do need really real clarity of sight about the thoughts and actions and feelings in which we engage. And the Buddha is so correct. Let's see all this with detachment. And what Asajoli says, let's see it, all this as if it was happening to someone else. And let's study it the way a scientist would study it, with objectivity and not caring. And then DK comes along with that certain don't care attitude, which will relate to divine indifference and which will release us from those things upon which our desires and our mind have fastened. We do have to be free of our habit patterns, of our intense desires for that which is worthless, and free from just the misinterpretations of how things work in that world of illusion. Okay, so the Four Noble Truths, the Four Freedoms, maybe he'd be asking us, is there any comparison between the Four Noble Truths and the Four Freedoms? Well, the freedoms seem to give you permission to do certain things, to speak freely and to worship as you will and to acquire what you need, and not to fear. And those things pertain to a degree to the lower worlds. Now along come the Four Noble Truths, and in a way they're even higher because they indicate detachment from that world in which the Four Freedoms were being exercised, with the world of phenomena, with the world which is unprincipled in the cosmic sense, with the lower 18 or 21 subplanes, which provide the dense physical body of the planetary and solar logos. With those, you have nothing more to do. You don't want anything. You just serve within them. As DK tells us, there's just not as true an orientation towards such worlds in the aspirant or disciple as there is in the average person. The average person really wants what these worlds can produce. And the true aspirant or disciple looks at them as an opportunity for service. Where are we? Where are you? Where am I? What do we really want? I find that by asking people, what do you really want? What are your deepest desires? You can learn so much about the level of desire and also the level of evolution. It's a simple question, and people reveal themselves. Disillusioned and deglamored, if I may use such a term, I told you maybe about that wonderful song by Schumann, the German composer, and it was about two young boys who started out into the world and with high hopes, but one sort of fell into the conventional path. He got married, he had children, he settled down to the humdrum life and went no further. And the other plunged into the sea of glamour without knowing it. And only years later did he emerge from the flood, the schlund, as they call it. And everything had gone. He had lost everything, except maybe the realization of where he had been. Two different ways, both with their risks, and it kind of ends with a great affirmation that, O God, lead us full of love, liebreich, rich with love, to thee. It's a beautiful song. You things happen from your earlier incarnations, and you are attracted to those things, and you're involved with them earlier in your life, and they're meaningful, and they tell you your reincarnational past. So emerging, deglamored, emerging from the great ocean of glamour, emerging from the flood of glamour, disillusioned and deglamored, if I may use such a term, humanity awaits the coming revelation. We're not rushing enthusiastically into war anymore. We're not running around waving flags and saying, won't it be great to be on the battlefield, slaughtering the enemy and gaining glory, It's such a glamorous tendency. This revelation will be brought about by the combined efforts of the Buddha and the Christ. All that we can see and foretell anent the revelation is that some potent and far-reaching results will be achieved by the merging of light and love, and by the reaction of the lighted substance to the attractive power of love, by the reaction of the lighted substance to the attractive power of love. Now, he has a way of dropping hints, and sometimes he actually tells you he's doing it. And sometimes you just have to find it yourself. All that we can foresee or foretell, and then to the revelation, coming from the Buddha and the Christ, is that some potent and far-reaching results will be achieved by the merging of light and love, and by the reaction of lighted substance, I suppose etheric and under the third ray, to the attractive power of love. So this is the etheric body carrying the energy of love, which at first it doesn't do. In this sentence I have given those who can understand a profound and useful hint as to the method and purpose of the undertaking staged for the June full moon 1942. I've also given a clue to the true understanding of the work of these avatars, the thing hitherto quite unrealized. Well, maybe we'd be talking about the cosmic ethers rather than the systemic ethers, and the lighted substance of the cosmic ethers responding to the attractive power of love of the cosmic astral plane. Well, sometimes the Tibetan goes so deep that the only thing to do is just live with it and see if there is not some solution. He talks about that hint that he received from someone long ago, that all ashrams are found upon the Antakarana. Sounds simple enough, but then he had to go away for 2 or 3 years before it dawned on him what really was being said. So we have to be willing to ponder, stay with the thing, brood over it, release it and come back, release it and come back. It might be added that when an appreciation of the meaning of the words transfiguration of a human being is gained, going, I think, from the dense physical body of the logos into the cosmic etheric body, the realization will come that when the body is full of light, in this case, the dense physical body full of etheric light, then in that light we shall see light. It's going deep here, isn't it? And we're talking about systemic soul infusion. We're talking about more cosmic soul infusion. And we're talking about the ability to see still higher planes because the etheric body has been transformed. And lighted substance, its lighted substance is responding to the attractive power of love. Far-reaching results would have been achieved by the merging of light and love. Okay, I'm going to make that bigger. And by the reaction of lighted substance to the attractive power of love. Yeah. Well, just such amazing profundity. The single incarnation is just a drop in the bucket. It takes lots of drops to fill that bucket, So some kind of great patience is required. We've died, we've left the form countless times. The universal logos has left the form of the universe countless times. I mean, if you try to give a number to it, there's always one more and one more and one more, and you can never give a precise, definite number to the number of departures or deaths or re-embodiments. You can't do it. It's without beginning and without end. This means that when the personality has reached a point of purification, of dedication, and of illumination, then the attractive power of the soul, whose nature is love and understanding, can function, and the fusion of these two will take place. This is what the Christ proved and demonstrated. He had the perfected personality, we're told, in the perfectly balanced endocrine system. Okay. And if we look at this cosmically, here's the personality of a logos, etheric, physical, astral body, mental body, higher mental body, and therefore the soul of that cosmic being. And so when all of these are fused rightly together and integrated and prepared, we might say, and the third initiation, either, in this case, would be cosmic with what I'm looking at, then the soul can descend. Then the power of the soul, coming from the higher subplanes of the cosmic mental plane, or later from the cosmic Buddhic plane, then that soul can function through a lighted personality by the reaction of lighted substance to the attractive power of the soul. It will be drawn up. The personality will be drawn up into the sphere of the soul, and it will operate systemically, and it will operate individually, i.e. systemically, and operate in terms of the logoi, that means cosmically. So we do have to have this infusion of light and the drawing up of the personality into the sphere of the soul when the time is right. I mean, there's so much in this, so many hints in this. I don't know how we could do without it. We can't say, oh, that's about 1942, isn't it? It's about June 1942, so why read that? We could never say that. So we're talking about lighted substance and love. We're talking about the Buddha and the Christ. Far-reaching results will be achieved by the merging of light and love and by the reaction of lighted substance to the attractive power of love. And we need to increasingly achieve atomic matter, more and more lighted substance in our personality and nature, and then the attractive power of love will act upon it. Profound and useful hint as to the method and purpose of the undertaking staged for the June full moon. You know, this is part of the Christ and the Buddha cooperating, and how the avatars, you know, coming from off, some of them off the cosmic physical plane altogether, work with a prepared cosmic physical plane, or work lower with a prepared lower 18 subplanes or 21 systemic subplanes. I can just see that this is a section that requires a lot of brooding, and I suspect that in the new esoteric schools, during the time that one will be able to be there, whether it's a year or two or more, these kinds of things will be taken up, and what the Tibetan has written and what some others have written will be codified in a way that they can be easily accessed. We're getting a bit of a start at that right now, but it says nothing compared to the kind of concentration that will be possible under the ideal circumstances, even though this may lie far ahead, as he seems to say in the rays and initiation. See, go back to Letters on Occult Meditation. It was a long time ago. It was, around 1920, 21, 22, right in there. And then he says, those new esoteric schools, which I envisioned at that time, you can see how much in the future, how much later they will actually appear. And that was writing that was taking place at least 25 years later, so he gave a kind of additional information as to when one could expect the new esoteric schools and what they do. But we try to get a start, and even though it may not be absolutely the most important thing that's on the list, after all, the reappearance of the Christ and the externalization of the hierarchy, those are the most important things at this time. Still, that which will go on in the new esoteric schools and the kind of absorption of spiritual occultism and application of it in the service of humanity, they are really important. And we can give ourselves to these studies without pangs of conscience. When the work of the Buddha or of the embodied Buddhic principle, could that be through the Christ, is consummated in the aspiring disciple, there's wisdom there, in Buddhi, and in his integrated personality, so there's an infusion there of love and wisdom in the integrated personality of the disciple, then the full expression of the work of the Christ, the embodied principle of love, can also be consummated, and both these potencies, light and love, will find radiant expression in the transfigured disciple. What is the hint? That without light and love together, we just don't have transfiguration. We do not have transfiguration. And Venus, of course, Venus being the principle of the solar angel, and the planet that's met on the mountaintop of transfiguration is active then, at that time, being the most illumined and the most loving, with respect to the earth at least. So the embodied Buddhic principle. Well, from the Buddhic plane come the synthesis petals, and more of the Buddhic principle infuses the causal body. In the beginning, it's not much, and later it's a lot. And more of this wisdom and love infuses the lighted personality, and the work of the Christ follows that of the Buddha, just the way accepted discipleship precedes the disciplines of initiation. And yet the Buddha, of course, was working with arhats, so he was working with a higher type of initiate, but in terms of the expression in the world, he stands now for accepted discipleship in the Christ for initiation. So there will be the transfiguration when the Buddha and the Christ are consummated in him. And both are needed. Light upon the mountaintop, love upon the mountaintop, Venus, the planet, and light and love. Every time we say, in our letters to someone, light and love to you, and so forth, we're just giving the signature of Venus, really. What is true, therefore, of the individual is true also of humanity as a whole. And today, humanity having reached maturity, can enter into realization and consciously take part in the work of enlightenment and of spiritual loving activity. Let us say this characterizes the service of so many human beings. The practical effects of this process will be the dissipation of glamor and the release of the human spirit from the thraldom, the imprisonment, of matter. It will produce also the dispelling of illusion and the recognition of truth as it exists in the consciousness of those who are polarized in the awareness of the Christ. The mind as it is in Christ. Sometimes we use that phrase, and what do we really mean? And sometimes if we can slip into it, we see an amazing vision. So, for humanity as a whole, Venus becomes very important. It is, after all, in a way, the archetypal planet for our Earth, and the great example which our Earth must follow, just as the human being must follow the soul, and just as our solar logos must follow the logos of Sirius. So we have to become transfigured as a humanity. So eventually, but not before a period following the Judgment Day, humanity itself will become transfigured, and not immediately at that point. Millions of years lie ahead, and is it the Brahmanical or the Hindu chronology predicting trillions of years ahead for the duration of our solar system, not necessarily all of those years found upon the etheric physical plane, or in other words, one plane after another may sort of disappear as a vehicle, but still just a huge amount of time predicted ahead, and the implication that a huge amount of time, maybe 150 trillion years, has already passed. Some thinkers, like Sri Yukteswar, probably a master, and those who followed said, look, those are exaggerated time units. It's really this. And then he cuts it down to Platonic years and cycles of 26,000 years and so forth. That's a huge difference, isn't it? And yet we have Madame Blavatsky assuring us of the accuracy of these cycles. So this is necessarily no rapid progress, but an ordered and regulated procedure, sure in its eventual success, but relatively slow in its establishment and sequential process. Well, that's it. You can't rush this kind of transformation, even though if you look at the initiatory speed as it occurs between initiations of the individual, it is said that the second, third, and fourth initiation can be taken in the same life, and probably will be taken in the same life or the life afterwards, which is the jaw dropper, considering how much one probably has struggled between the first and second initiation. But once one enters the stream at the second degree, as set forth in the voice of the silence, then things can move rapidly. This process was initiated upon the astral plane by the Buddha and on the mental plane by the Christ manifested on earth, when Christ manifested on earth, Lord Maitreya, through the vehicle of Jesus. It indicated the approaching maturity of humanity, the process. Okay, well, let's just make that something. And, okay, the process has been slowly gathering momentum as these two great beings have gathered around them, their disciples and initiates during the past 2,000 years. When you look at someone like the Dalai Lama, you just have that deep sense that he has been gathered into the fold of the Buddha, The Buddha is still working, though not in incarnation in the usual sense. It has reached a point of intensive usefulness as the channel of communication between Shamballa and the hierarchy has been opened and enlarged, and as the contact between these two great centers and humanity more firmly established. So things are going forward, but we cannot expect that there will be haste, even though we are told that many fifth degree initiates will be required in the coming years. This is quite an incentive, to think that a large number of masters will be required to help advance humanity. So these two great transmitting avatars, they have done a world of good for humanity, and they still work together and will be working together in the Aquarian age until, we're not told when, but near the end of the age. I guess they will consummate the seventh initiation. Those initiations beyond the fourth, they seem to expand in terms of how much time is required. And I think that the Christ and the Buddha will pass before the Lord of the world and go on to some higher form of service on different paths, I guess. One taking the Ray path, that is the Christ for a while anyway, and the Buddha taking what path? We don't know. He was to have taken the path to Sirius, which, given his mental brilliance, why would that be? But that was to have been his path, but will not be now, we're told. All of this is kind of hierarchical chatter. It seems to interest students. It interests me to a certain extent, probably more than it should. But But okay, things are happening in the higher worlds and they reflect in the lower. I'm just going to keep going for just a little while. When my nose is not dropping on the keyboard, I'm grateful. So just for a little while longer, and this is the end of 5 hours. At the June, okay, and where are we? 349 to 361, 349 to 361. At the June full moon, 1942, will come the first test as to the directness of the communication between the center where the will of God holds sway, the center where the love of God rules, and the center where there is intelligent expectancy. And isn't that interesting, considering the humanity as the center where there is intelligent expectancy. Somehow that design of the future where the triangle between Shamballa, hierarchy, and humanity is shown as having reciprocal arrows connecting each to all and all to each must be achieved. It's not achieved yet, and I guess the June full moon of 1942 had to occur, of course, before the solstice of June 22nd, when the Tibetan, in some, prediction with some dire overtones, suggested that by that time it would be known who had prevailed, who really had prevailed by that time. The medium of the test will be the united effort of the Christ, of the Buddha, and of those who respond to their blended influences. The medium will be, sometimes when we're told there's a test, it's not considered to be a test, but it looks like this is a difficult test, so we're being forewarned if we lived at that time, This test has to be carried out in the midst of the terrific onslaught of the powers of evil, and will be extended over the 2 weeks beginning on the day of the full moon, May 30th, 1942, and ending on June 15th. So, the June, the day of the full moon, May 30th, that's the Gemini full moon, and ending on June 15th, still in Gemini, 1942, and only 7 days away from this turning point that is predicted as holding in it the indication of the fate of humanity. There is a great concentration, there is an onslaught, and remember again, the Axis powers, Germany especially, had recovered from their bogging down in the winter mud and snow of Russia, and they were at it again, mounting a very strong offensive, having learned some lessons, but also I think, as I recall, some of the forces deviating off to the south to protect some kind of oil supply. I mean, it is said that Hitler made some mistakes there instead of concentrating his forces. Anyway, again, they never reached Moscow. They went to Stalingrad, and there was some kind of thought in Hitler's mind that a city that bore the name of the leader of Russia, if overcome, would be a huge psychological defeat to Russia, but it ended up being the defeat of huge armies from Germany. There is a great concentration of the spiritual forces at this time, and the use of a special invocation, one which humanity may not use, itself may not use, but the success or failure of the test in the last analysis will be determined by mankind itself. Well, it must be very important, otherwise, usually tests are not announced ahead of time. Here this test is so that there may be a marshalling of the forces, and to see whether the United Nations forces can withstand the test, pass it correctly. There will be a great concentration of spiritual forces at this time, and the use of a special invocation. There are many invocations, right? So we can't be talking about what we call stanza 3 of the great invocation, from the point of light, etc. We can't be talking about that one. Humanity itself may not use. Now you kind of wonder, that might be a hint, because if hierarchy participates in it, and humanity participated with hierarchy, could then humanity use it? So we have to know the meaning of that word itself. Itself and alone? Okay, we don't know yet. This would still be 3 years from the giving out of what we call the Great Invocation. The success or failure, though, will be with mankind itself. You may feel, though wrongly, that not enough people know about or understand the nature of the opportunity of what is transpiring, but the success of such a test is not dependent on the esoteric knowledge of the few, the relatively very few, to whom the facts and the information have been partially imparted. Okay, so why don't more people know about this, so there could be, success is what is being said here. And he said, well, maybe the esoteric approach of the very few like yourselves that are somewhat trained and have some partial information is not needed. It's not the final arbiter of success. It is dependent also upon the tendency of the many who unconsciously aspire towards spiritual realities, who seek for a new and better way of life for all, who desire the good of the whole, and whose longing and desire is for the true experience of goodness, of right human relations, and of spiritual enterprise among men. Their name is Legion, and are to be found in every nation. So this is a note of humility. The many people of the world have very sound motives, many of them. Their name is Legion. They don't have to know the occult technicalities which might simply confuse them. So it's not to you few that the upon you few that the responsibility of success lies. It is very much among the good people of the world who, not having the technical information, still have their heart in the right place, and they're found in every nation. We have to remember that. When the will of God expressed in Shamballa and focused in the Buddha, the love of God expressed in the hierarchy and focused in the Christ, and the intelligent desire of humanity focused through the world disciples, the world aspirants, and the men of goodwill are all brought into line. And here we can say that these people in whom this focusing takes place are a bit like the Ajna center of God, the planetary logos, are all brought into line either consciously or unconsciously. Then a great reorientation can and will take place. This event is something that can happen. So, they're looking very much forward to see how humanity responds to the test. And you kind of wonder, as the Tibetan was telling us, that everybody had concluded humanity would go down, that maybe the test was not successfully passed. But should there be this alignment, let's say, should the necessary alignment occur, the first result will be the illumination of the astral plane and the beginning of the process which will dissipate glamor. He had created a seed group just for that purpose, but it had to be temporarily suspended because of the emergencies of the war. The second result will be the irradiation of the mental plane and the dispelling of all past illusions and the gradual revelation of the new truths of which all past ideals and so-called formulations of truth have only been the signposts. Ponder on this. Yes, ponder on this. Okay. So the first result will be the illumination of the astral plane. Okay, I'll make it bigger, because somehow it's important that we know what the necessary alignment would do. The second result will be the irradiation of the mental plane and the dispelling of all past illusions and the gradual revelation of the new truths of which all past ideals and so-called formulations have been only the signposts. Well, anyway, the attack against glamour and illusion can be taken a step farther, I suppose, if this test of alignment is passed, successfully passed. Then a great reorientation can and will take place. Yeah. Okay, this can happen. So, 1942, it's a testing year, a decisive year, a year of anxiety, and a year toward the end of relief. The signpost indicates the way to go. It does not reveal the goal. It is indicative, but not conclusive. So up to this time, there had been indications. So with all truth up to the present time, it leads to deeper truths. Let's just put it this way, that deeper truths are indicated. And new truths, the revelation of new truths, of which all past ideals have been, and so-called formulations have been only the signposts. The truth is so deep that when we think we have hold of a truth, it's not the real truth. It is an indication. The demand is therefore for knowers and for those whose heart and minds and hearts are open, who are free from preconceived ideas fanatically held and from ancient idealisms which must be recognized as only partial indications of great unrealized truths which can be realized in great measure and for the first time if the lessons of the present world situation and the catastrophe of the war are duly learned and the sacrificial will is called into play. So who's needed? The knowers are needed. I'll indicate that. Well, it's a sentence, isn't it? And it's all important. But I'll just say the demand is for knowers and for those whose minds and hearts are open, and we can read more as we will. That is still a demand, and still today these are needed, who are free from any preconceived ideas, because new truths have to come in, and if we're holding religiously or fanatically or superheatedly in idealistic form to the old truths, then we won't follow the indications towards the great unrealized truths. I have made this practical application, and this, let's see if there's, oh yes, well, I can go to there. And this immediate illustration of teaching and then glamour, illusion and Maya, because the whole world problem has reached a crisis today, and because its clarification will be the outstanding theme of all progress, educational, religious, and economic, until 2025 AD. This is really going to be a turning point. And, those groups, like, let's say we have the 2025 initiative by some very perceptive disciples. And we in the Moria Federation are thinking in those terms also. I personally am thinking very much about the assimilation of the teaching. And I won't call it the last chance to do so, but let's just say that once Alice Bailey's teaching came on the scene, those who worked with it maybe did not spend as much time in theosophy as they had before. So there's always a time to assimilate before moving on to something new. And we will, of course, be drawing upon information given in the second installment with Alice Bailey. As I said, we don't know whether she will be the amanuensis, and some people say, well, not really, because, presently she's not even born yet, but other people say, yeah, she might be. We'll see. Those kinds of things are not for us to know. We just have to recognize the quality of the teaching. Today, as humanity awaits the revelation which will embody the thoughts and dreams and constructive goal of the new age, the demand comes for the first time from a large group of intuitively inclined people. Well, to be a true intuitive, you almost have to be an initiate of the fourth degree. He says, I said not intuitives, my brothers. This group is now so large, and its focus is now so real, and its demand so loud, that it is succeeding in focusing the massed intent of the people. So we are moving from Manas into Buddhi. Buddhi Manas is our frontier. And we work with many of those who are intuitively inclined. Therefore, whatever revelation may emerge in the immediate future will be better protected by the spirit of understanding than any previous one. This is the significance of the words in the New Testament, every eye shall see him. Humanity as a whole will recognize the revealing one. I mean, will they know who he is? That's the question. But they will recognize him. In past ages, the messenger from on high was only recognized by and known to a mere handful of men, and it took decades and sometimes centuries for his message to penetrate into the hearts of humanity. Well, sometimes the Tibetan says the Christ comes for his own, and that though every eye will see him, not all will recognize, and here it seems to indicate that there will be more recognition. They will recognize the revealing one. Is it so? Well, we'll just have to compare the two things that are said. Okay. This is the significance, therefore, whatever revelation may emerge will be better protected by the spirit of understanding. It's so easy, as the church has proved, to misunderstand what the Christ has said. Yes, it is a problem. But the coming revelation through the mass communications network and the presence on earth of so many who have already been trained in this line of thought, the teaching will be better protected. Okay, and we don't know whether Christ comes for his own group only, or, whether he comes for humanity as a whole immediately. Somewhere it tells us that not all will recognize who he is, but maybe enough will to really create a tremendous momentum forward into the right way, into the new age in the right way. The stress of the times also, and the development of the sense of proportion, plus an enforced return to simplicity of living and requirements, may save the coming revelation from too swift and quick a submergence in the fire of the great illusion. You know how it is, even good ideas go under the waves or are lost amongst many, many other ideas. And at one point, the Tibetan was talking about whether the Christ would even be recognized, because there are so many people of high caliber that he might not be able to be distinguished. But okay, we are on page 364. We began at 349, and about 5 hours, that is, and 21 minutes, 22 minutes have elapsed. So I'll go gather something. Okay. Well, I think I spared you some of the gathering up of orienting pieces of information. Probably I should have been doing that all the time. Anyway, we've ended program 36. It's been 5+ hours and 21 minutes or so, or 20+ minutes, and it's been page 349 to 364, so about 15 pages, due to my diversions, and we just don't know how long the next one will last, or whether I'll be able to continue with these long programs. They do take a bit out of you, and page 364 is where we begin. Somehow we're really being schooled in how the hierarchy works with a group of disciples, and we can consider ourselves as a group of disciples, and Master DK's advice as his attempt to work with us, because indeed there are so many things that have to be accomplished right now. The viability of the ageless wisdom teaching in the world, unbeset by the deluge of glamour and illusion, is a great necessity. We have to do a lot of clearing. There's all kinds of nonsense out there that people want to hear. It exalts their lower ego. It exalts their personality. It keeps their eye upon their personal self. All of that has to be a little bit blasted, has to be dissipated, has to be dispelled, has to be dispersed. And the only way we can do that is to think very deeply within our own nature. Of what is true, and be able to apply these teachings to ourselves. That's what we must be able to. So, here we are reading about something that happened a long time ago, and about certain measures that were taken by exalted beings to widen the channel to Shamballa, so that certain high beings, very high beings, could be invoked and thus evoked. for the salvation of humanity, or at least to avoid the possibility that humanity would be stopped for centuries in its forward progress, to curtail the possibility of the triumph of the forces of darkness. We're being taught how the Buddha and the Christ participated in that task, and how a special kind of alignment between the two of them in this year 1942 was germane, I think, in bringing about an evocation of those who could stem the tide of evil. Let the lords of liberation issue forth. And I would say, with the help of the Buddha, with the help of the Christ, and supporting everything that humanity could give of an invocatory nature. We have to somehow, a lot of people are taking measures these days when we see degeneration and retrogressive movement and unfit leaders, but it wouldn't hurt that there should be more of a well-understood esoteric approach, as well as the normal method of aspiration and even inchoate invocation. How bad do things have to get, The potential is they could get very bad, and it might be the environment closing in on humanity that teaches us the lesson that there is karma, and that our ignoring of our actions has serious effects upon the livability of the planet and our future life on planet Earth. When you see people already giving up on the Earth and saying, okay, this group is going to Mars, this group is going to the moon, their human life can continue, but not here. We know that's not part of the divine plan, from what we're taught. These people have given up on the possibility that humanity can make its way through. We have people building shelters costing billions of dollars so that they will survive while others perish. To what end, and who will be brought aboard to ensure the survival of humanity. We have many erroneous approaches other than to purify and vitalize the instrument and raise the consciousness and bring about more light and more love in the world and right human relations. This would solve so many of our problems, and the Christ is coming to remind us. Now, we're also taught that things have to get very serious before humanity will itself get serious enough to invoke those who carry with them the saving force. Usually that's how it is. We've seen the Christ all the time measuring the strength of the invocation before he could do something. And because he would be violating the Syrian law of freedom otherwise. But now he's going to have to measure the aspiration of humanity in its demand for salvation, for the hierarchy, and for himself by whatever name. And that has to come about in a serious and focused manner. So it might lead to appalling changes on the planet before humanity could be forced together to truly cooperate. So, it's a whole drama here. I've done about 300 pages in this book, and I began around page 60 or so, 61. I'll come back and get the first kind of jump starting at 360 with the beginning of the Second World War, but I'll come back and get the rest. But first we'll go through the remainder of the book. The book is 701 pages. So basically 300 pages have been done, and that will mean that 400 pages remain. We're still not at the halfway point, and there's no way to be there, I think, before the conference begins. Many things have their own time in the schedule, and as much as one might like to complete something, one has to pick it up later. And as stated, there are a number of books that I'd like to discuss with you. Letters on occult meditation. We're already doing the reappearance of the Christ in our presentations that Tuya is mostly broadcasting, and we're doing the destiny of the nations as we move ahead, both in English and sometimes in Finnish. Telepathy and the etheric vehicle we have not touched. And of course, that magnum opus, esoteric healing, I wonder, to whom that task will be given. There are many wonderful healers out there, and they form their organizations and they know what they're doing. But in that book as well comes all kinds of additional information, which is not strictly about healing, but which throws light on many other aspects of the teaching. Then there's Psychology 1 and 2, and quite a few of the old commentary sections have been completed, and they are already posted on Makara and hopefully will be on YouTube before long. And esoteric astrology is completed, and the rays and the initiations is completed both in written and video form, and the treatise on cosmic fire is completed. How can one ever say completed? But, in terms of the effort, anyway, in written and in video form. So, if I was to look at all of these books, what would I say? I think, I can't do too much with Alice Bailey's books right now. Discipleship in the New Age. Some other groups are taking care of the disciples themselves, and there are opening and closing sections on which quite a bit has been written, but not as exhaustively as it should be. Education in the New Age is not accomplished. The externalization hopefully will be accomplished. We are reading from Glamor, A World Problem, every week in our Glamor project, so that will probably get done. Initiation Human and Solar does thoroughly exist in written form on Makara, not in video form. The Problems of Humanity. Okay, well, these are Alice Bailey's books, but Letters on Occult Meditation is coming. The Light of the Soul would be really worth doing. The Problems of Humanity, some of the problems and approaches to them are a little old, and some new ones have emerged, but that has not been done. The Reappearance is in effect. The Soul and Its Mechanism is by Alice Bailey. Someone will take it up. Telepathy has to be done. I think and Treatise on White Magic was just completed in video form. So, it could take some years, and chances are, maybe you just can't do all that, and maybe it's not necessary. Only 6 years remain to the Wesak of 2025, and DK did say around the year 2025 he was being cautious. The release of the new material will be coming forth. So I'll do what I can, and I'll try to salvage from all the archive stuff I've already done and forgotten I've done, and you can use them in study groups and for your own study as much as you may like, and hopefully I'll get some cooperation to help me say where different subjects are located, which pages, and on which videos, and so forth. And then, then some of this work will have been accomplished, which helps to give associations between what the Tibetan wrote and other aspects of his teaching, so that we can begin to pull the whole thing together into a unity, into a kind of interrelated synthesis, and so we can really absorb as much as we can of what he said and continue to do so even as the third installment is offered, just the way we do now as we look back at the secret doctrine and work within that, realizing that nobody's absorbed all that, So a great gift has been given by the hierarchy, largely through the Tibetan, but there are, other masters who have given very worthy things. The Tibetan is the most learned, we're told, of the present masters, and he has a lot of book learning too, So he's been a scholar, a tremendous scholar, and will benefit from that, and students of the future will benefit from that. There has to be a real concentrated study on this third installment, so that by the time the technical moving into the Aquarian age in 2117 occurs, the sixth ray, the sign Pisces, have been subdued in terms of, well, just their presence and their most dangerous possibilities, and a real basis in spiritual occultism exists among a sufficient number of people. As DK said, HPB said, occultism must win the day by the end. She had a complicated term for it, but it looked like by the end of this century, by the end of this 21st century, and we can help with that. Meanwhile, I'll send these things to you, and you can use them as you will, and you can plan to use them as you will, because I think it will take some planning, and if you don't like what I've said, just keep going or go beyond it, and you have your own ideas, and that's fine. But the idea here is to facilitate a deeper study of these materials and to suggest possibilities at which the Tibetan hints, but maybe has not elaborated upon it. Okay, friends, that's going to be 5 hours and 38 minutes, something like that. Okay, so many blessings, lots of love, study hard, meditate deeply, and apply what you know. I try to take my own good advice, right? Okay, see you soon.